Okay, I'd like to call the February 4th special BOE meeting to order. Rise and pledge allegiance.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. So, jumping right into old business, which is the budget discussion. Dr. Willett, would you like to give us a bit of a review of what we're reviewing?
Sure. So what I'm going to do here is, remember that we added this meeting because the goal is to have you be ready at the February 11th meeting to pass a budget, adopted budget, then move on to the town. The ordinance says that must happen by that week, basically, on the 14th. The 11th is your last meeting before that period of time. So typically, you would work tonight to give me direction. I'll create the budget in the document and bring it to you on the 11th, and then ultimately you do your final look and you would approve it, or hopefully approve it at that point to be moved on to the town. So you're in that sequence tonight. What I did do is I'm going to encourage you to use your dashboards versus doing that tonight, because that's, there's no people watching, want to check it out. So I'm not going to see your deliberations about those documents right now are not actual finalized. They're more like my notes and the working documents based on what the board asked me to do. So I think for the purpose of your deliberations, you want to just be using and looking at those working documents. I sent them to you in your dashboard updates. So if you're not sure what that is, jump into your email, take a look at it. It should be at the very top. There's a bunch of updates, but the top update is the one that relates to the meeting tonight. And it has two links. It has the working document, SPB to BOE, and it has the FY27 BOE FAQ. Those are both, the FAQ is obviously the question and answers to them. The BOE working document is what we'd be looking at. If you open up the working document, a couple things to notice on it. There are some internal components here. So I have certain fields that kind of are the engine of this thing. And we're going to have to kind of take it slow tonight. And just when you talk about something, if you want to move it over to what I call custom 24/2026, that can be what you've decided. But we have to be careful because the iterations that you asked me to create, I did my best. I came up with the 4%, a 5%, and a 7%. The 7% has the social worker and the PPT facilitator as asked, but you'll notice that there are trade-offs as you move down from a 7% down to a 5%, down to a 4%. And that, as you would expect, the reductions get more and more severe when you work from the 5 to 7 to the 5 to 4. The swaps are items that were put in a swap area. Basically, you're not doing, if you're doing ads, it's going to add costs to it. But I assume there weren't going to be that many ads. So the swap tab has a few things in it that you could swap for some other things. Frankly, you could swap anything out of any budget and move it into your final budget, but I want to do it carefully because I want to make sure there's no duplicates, that I don't accidentally put something in twice, because that would work well for us. So I'm going to walk down from the 7% to the 4%, if you'd like me to do that. One thing to notice, I tried to highlight in yellow or highlight in green if you have an ad, if you have a reduction. That off yellow or the personnel impacts. And when you go down from that to the 5% to the 4%, what I tried to do is highlight in red some of the things that might be different between the 7 and the 5. For instance, you'll notice there's 1 and 7 that's red. That's something that is in addition to or different than what's in the 5. In the 5, that goes away and other things go in. The red is typically stuff that went in that percentage that might not be reflected in the percentage prior to it, with the exception of that 1 in the 7% area. So typically, this is just typically those reds are going to be something that, was added into the personnel reduction that you did not have in there before on the higher percent. Does that make sense? So as you move down, the red is the newer stuff, and it gets longer, obviously, because you're going from a 7 to a 4, and you know about $450,000 per percent. So going, 7, you're doing $1.2, $1.3 million reduction between the 7 and the 4. So at the 7, you'll notice in that green additions area, you are adding a social worker and you are adding a PPT facilitator. You'll notice in the yellow kind of reduction area, things that were in the superintendent's budget came out. You asked me to prioritize security and prioritize as few staff teacher reductions as possible, focusing only on if there is reductions, it being a position that is a retiree or a resignation. And so under those parameters, that's what these were designed for. Okay. So if you look at it, it takes out of those things that were in the superintendent's budget, the VIS, it takes out an MTSS DIA. You had a conversation about impacting administration, something reflected in here for that. There's an instructional paraeducator reflected in here. There's a district reorganization of technology. These are personnel-related items. Those personnel-related items are in yellow at the top, and then the other items are at the bottom as you scroll down. Keep in mind, look carefully at these items. There's Windows 11 upgrades, reduction of the counseling transport stipends, reduction in the transport line. Mr. Bodie had a few questions about that. That is the differential to the actual. Reductions in clubs, that brings the clubs back down to the model that they are this year. I did what I could with insurance based on the conversation that we had the other day. Mr. Thompson brought up a few things. I tried to take that down a bit. I had a meeting on insurance this week. We still don't have all the numbers, but I'm taking some risks and putting some figures in with some anticipation. Retirement differentials were discussed. The special education lines, we try to generally stay away from them, but leaving some in there for any kind of potential outplacement that may occur. You always want to make sure you have some in case an outplacement comes in that you aren't anticipating, but this reduces some of that. Reduction in an additional 2 buses. It takes the fleet down now a total of 6 from the point of the contract. And remember that my directives were to avoid the security stuff and avoid, teachers. So there's only so many places you can go here, and these are the things that they're falling on. The entire TMS athletics program, ICMA is a small reduction in how we hold money aside for non-certified employees in a 5-year range. You have to hold money aside. And then when they hit the 5th year, they get money. So this is just money held aside that we could try not to hold aside this year. There's some severance that we reduced the severance line. Mail courier, we would reduce the mail courier. We've had a really bad year not having a mail courier. So we're trying to put the mail courier back because it's been kind of a real problem. So we're trying to figure that one out. And then this is advertising, taking down the advertising lines that we use to advertise for positions and so on, trying to do our best to find ways to do that. So that whole thing, everything in here, but adding the 2 positions brings that to a 7%. Now moving to a 5%. Now remember that,
Can you check reading them?
Yes.
Sorry.
Oh, it's good. Thanks for reminding me. If I have not looking at it, so the next,
All right.
the next iteration here, we'll notice that in the yellow, these are personnel. Now this going from a 7 to a 5, you're picking up another $900,000 of reductions roughly. So you'll see that these positions would be impacted. As you go through the list, many things are the same, but notice that the THS athletic program is in there for an impact for this particular budget at 5%. And a lot of the other lines are kind of the same, but I tried to highlight what the big impacts were as you get from budget to budget. So those are essentially the very big differences here is now you have TMS and THS athletic programs impacted. one option is you can go to an absolutely completely parent guardian funded model. But that's going to be as expensive as it would be for you to have any other support outside of the school district. Now you're looking at extremely expensive amounts for parent guardians. So that's when you get to a 5%. Now remember, the directive was keep all the security and keep all of the, all the FTE teachers. Now, once again, there's only certain places that you can go if that's how it's going. So that's, do I want to see any of those programs disappear? I absolutely do not want to see any of those programs disappear. This is how this gets kind of managed. Now, remember, all on this, you're still going down by additional buses, a total of 6 down from the entire bus fleet from the beginning of the contract, and other things that were in there before, plus the athletics. Then you go to a 4%.
Check the room again.
Oh yeah,
Sorry, people just keep texting.
No, it's okay. It's good that you do that because I'm not looking at both when I'm doing this. When you get down to a 4%, the impacts are even more significant. Once again, you have there's pancakes in there, but that's basically a word. If you take a look at the yellow highlight, now you can see these positions are getting there's even more that are in there. However, note that at this point, there was no way to bring this down to a 4 without impacting staff that are not retirees, that are teachers that are not retirees or resignations. So that you'll notice in red, those are the additional ones from the 5 to the 4. And these are obviously staff, none of which I want to see go at all. But in order to get to a 4, this is the kind of thing that we'd be doing if we're not doing it somewhere else and we're not doing any trade-offs. So if there's going to be a 399 or a 4, this is what your budget looks like. At this level, and I really don't want to do this, but at this level, there are other significant impacts. There's those staff impacts, but there's also the added impact of a lot of materials. This is not a good thing to do, in my opinion. But there's see the red, the materials line there. I would try to backfill that with some ERF if I could. That ERF, I'd probably have to pick up a couple $100,000 of that, but try to offset it with ERF and make that a reduction. But that's what gets us to a 4%. So there's all those materials, all those positions, plus everything else you saw before, plus the athletics, impacts and so on. I would direct your attention for a moment over to the FAQ, just now that we've hit the 4% bottom. I just think this is interesting. There's obviously a lot of answers here on a variety of issues, and I tried to get everything answered by tonight, which meant that I had to use some data that I had been compiling, some of which is compiled up to today, but some of which is to fiscal year 25, is related to certain things that's what I had the data for, and I'm still gathering some data. But if you look at it, one of the things that I think is interesting is the actuals from 2015 all the way through 2026, about a roughly 10 or 11 year period. If you look at that last one, BQ 46, and you look at what the actuals have been over an average of this case, because the data set is 11 years, your average is 1.65% over 11 years. People have thrown out Ellington a couple times. Ellington has an average of 3% over that time. If you look at the amount of money that is the differential between the budgets that you've had and say a 3%, level budget, you're looking at least almost a $6 million difference. So when you look at the kind of budgets that I'm giving you, one of the questions is historically, what's been the superintendent budget? If you look at the green part, it goes from superintendent budget to Board of Ed adopted budget to the budget allocation after the referendum. And you'll notice the average from me is about 4.5%. It's kind of skewed by that last, previous year where it's 11%. But if you look at it, that's the data I had to work with to kind of work across the lines for tonight. But if you look at it, that's what was presented, and you look across what I've asked for typically is about a 4.5 when I start, and what we get is about a 1.6, and a 3 is about level. So you've been about $6 million underfunded over that span of time. Now, you can't be $6 million underfunded and not have me start at a 9.9 if you want the MTSS stuff, you want the security stuff, you want, all the stuff that is in that superintendent's budget is what you've asked for, either prior board to this board. So, and then if there's a, directive not to make any reductions, staff or anything like that, where we're at is, you have a $5-6 million differential between a town that's been funded at 3% and a town that's been funded big R's. So that means you have to make up something or find it somewhere else. So that's more or less where you are. Now take a look at that little graph below it. That's the impact of the debt service you've been paying. So for those years, fiscal year 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, I just grabbed a couple of years. That's actually what your budget was if you subtract your debt service. And by the way, it's typically capital, but that you were getting taken out of the board budget to the tune of about 670, 690,000. So your actual budgets, even though it says 1.65, they've actually been lower than that because it's been tied up in debt service. Some of those budgets have been your debt service, which typically boards don't take debt service. It's complicated. So it's just, those are things to understand as we're walking in. Like when you look at these reduction lists and you think, how could it be like this? But we're not taking, staff in different places, and I don't want to. That's how it looks like that. Also, if you look above, if you want to look how we compare to other towns, I did not have time to pull the latest, but I'm doing it now. And not every budget is all the way through the process. It's hard to compare budget processes because some budget processes already engage their finance boards. In our town, you go from the Board of Ed, then it gets handed over to the finance board, which is the town council. Then it gets put up for referendum. You have a step where the board really deliberates on this, and you have a lot of impact on it. Some towns go straight to this finance board piece. And so you can't really compare the budget I'm giving you to the one that you're going to have in about a month. The one that you're going to have in about a month that you guys adopt and then goes through the town process, that's the equivalent of the finance boards in some other towns. So you actually deliberate a little bit more in this case. But if you take a look, these are actual percentages. This is the actual percentage that was approved in the referendum. So look at Tolland's average compared to Somers, Ellington, Stockfield. Now these are the ones I could grab that somebody had asked, what does it look like compared to some other towns? I'm getting the most recent data, but that's what it looks like. So not only when you compare it to a level service of 3%, are you at a $6 million deficit over a period of 10 or 11 years, you're also looking, comparatively, these other towns have had significantly more, in terms of their budgets from a percentage point. So it's important to kind of consider that in looking at where we are, and so looking at that and maybe some of the other data points as you go back, I think I got all the way through everybody's question as best I could. There were a couple that came in today while I was, working on these other things. I tried to answer them with what I could, with what I have right now, but I'll keep expounding on it as I go along and add some things. However, keep that in mind as we go back to looking at the working SPP to BOE document. That's how we got here. So if you want to look at the swap, you told me not to touch security, and so on. If you want to swap security officers or something, that's in your swap column. If you want to dump things out of other budgets into this, we can do that. But what I'm hoping to do here is I'm going to try to take the customized column and things that you would like to see reduced, I'm going to try to move one by one into the customized column. And, I'll watch that budget, kind of go down as you decide something should stay or go. And I'll do my best to keep up, but, try to remember, there's a lag in here. When I work on this computer, it doesn't happen like that. Sometimes it takes a minute to paste and copy and so on. So we have to move carefully from item to item here. Otherwise, I don't want to miss anything. So I'm sorry. I know it's a very hard task. I did the best I could with the directions I had, and this is where it ended. Oh, yeah. Let me say something first.
Just for all of us, for discussing purposes, the first columns in all of the things that are in yellow, let's not read what they are, say what they are. Let's talk about column numbers, line numbers, because those are positions. So we don't want to say what or where or anything like that. So, let's really try and be conscious of that. Just speaking line numbers, columns,
And which area are you speaking about?
the yellow areas
Oh, okay.
on all of the
It's not
lists.
Yeah.
to explain that this is not a final budget yet, so we don't want to create panic or concern
Yeah.
amongst our staff. Okay, thank you.
That was it.
All right, so I'm going to go to questions or comments. Brian, I think you were the first one. Do you still want to go first?
Oh, I was just trying to clarify, so I know at one point, it's so, I just want to clarify point. So are these, inside these budgets, are those capital ideas that we had, are those in here? Are they out of here? Or what's the status of that? I know, well, you had concern about, the window of time of when capital is, the process technically is, but we were, looking to see, if they can provide the security, I don't know what else, what it was, computers or something else. On a kind of a separate line item, so to speak. Is that inside this budget or that hasn't been pulled out?
So
Security has not been pulled out.
security is within this, right? It's meaning that, so in every single percentage, security is in there. And yes, it is my intention to request the town council to cover that security cost.
And do we have a number on that? Just as we're,
150,000 for the SWAT.
150 for the
And if you,
security.
Add
No.
the rest of it, it's 220.
It's all about 330.
well, I got three people, I'm sorry.
The budget, if you're gonna have it fund all three SWATs, right? So that's gonna be about, it's the like 90, 135, 70, 205. You're in the 200 to 220 range.
And that's 3 sets as 1
Three
SRE.
stats as one SRO. But just as a point of order, you have to pass a budget on February 11th, and you cannot make an assumption that you are going to have funds. That budget would then not be viable at all.
So my intention would be to, from my vote, would be to include those in our percentage, right? With the intent that we put over X number. If they're covering that, they're going to reduce the number that the percentage that they get.
Okay.
But I think we have a better shot if we include it in our percentage and then adjust after, than if we don't include it in our percentage and ask them to add it to whatever percentage.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get numbers here from.
No, I'm just trying to.
My thought process
Yeah.
is, and then the other one was, what was the technology cost that was potentially going to be asked?
It was
as well?
everything that we can ask for them to put into capital, regardless of where we are in the capital process.
So
So,
that is out. If you look at some of these lines, if you
So-
go to the 5%, the Ed Tech initiative is,
So that's out on the 5%.
reduction of the Ed Tech initiative, that is
And how
reduced
much is that?
5%, 216,400. If you combine that with Windows, it's 320,000. But the point is, you had discussed what ifs.
Yeah, I want the what if though. That's all. That's what I was just trying to as a clarifying point. All right, that's all the quick things I have at this moment. Thank you.
wait, can I just, I'm gonna bounce off Brian's, there's something pulled up, the Windows 11 is pulled out of the 7% though, too. Yes. The 104,
All Windows 11 upgrades is out of the 7.
right. So but that is part of the 320 total number.
Well, yeah, it's the 7 also has 7, because you're not touching anything else.
Mhm.
7 has all Windows 11 and all Ed Tech initiative.
All right, so if
K11 and K15.
If I want to ask the town council to take on our security and to take on our tech, that could be capital, then I am asking for, we already have the 220 in all the numbers, but I'm asking for an additional 320K for 5%, right? and then an additional 104,800.
Yeah, it's 321,200. If
Okay,
you're looking for all of the Ed Tech initiative and all Windows 11 upgrades, it's 321,200.
okay.
And that is
You have to
a,
go into the 5% and the,
that's in the 7%, that's in the 5%. Yeah,
oh, it is in this.
it's in both. Yeah.
Oh, it's out of both.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought the 7% didn't have.
No, all of these have that. Because there's, again, it's difficult when you have to see this and it's obviously shocking. But remember that the directive was not to touch, there's not anything else I can do except hit those kinds of things like the Ed Tech initiatives, the buses, those are the other costs.
I have a couple others. Is it okay if I
Yes.
continue?
Of course. Thank you.
Sorry, I paused and said to move on, but I'll take that move on back.
Yeah.
Thanks. So, yeah. So he just, so speaking of the two additional buses. So I haven't seen, we're in whatever, February, the first week of February. I have not yet seen any kind of panic or huge frustration emails so far throughout the year with the reduction that we had made going into this year. Is there any, I'm just as an additional of removing two additional buses, has there been discussion with the bus company in regards to that, or how's the feeling on the street, so to speak, with removing these two?
Well, we're combining more buses now.
Okay.
So people are seeing that. The difference between some of you that were around for COVID, you had a kind of you sort of, as we transitioned from COVID, there was, you got a false impression because we were sending messages every time there was a bus issue to the entire population. Now, when there's a bus issue, we target it at the bus, the people that have that bus, the parent card. So, in the COVID times, you saw bang, 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 bang. And coming out, you saw some, but not as many. So some of you might be comparing it to the COVID time, which would be a not apples to apples comparison. We do have more people having issues right now than we have. It's because we reduced buses. Most times it's combined buses. And, people who are listening at home, they know, you know who you are because some people have been silently, suffering and other people are not. They're letting us know. If we reduce two more buses, I think you're going to start seeing things come into the board's email now, because I think what has stopped it or helped it is First View. Mm-hmm. To some extent, people have not been as concerned because First View is that tech kind of tells you where they are. So you're not standing some people still are. I'm not meaning to take away anyone's suffering per se here. But the First View tells you a little bit better about where some of them are sometimes. So they're not standing out there forever. Whereas they were standing out there. And when there's fewer buses, they run longer, there's issues. That's when they get really mad, is when they have no idea when it's coming or not. So First View has helped a little bit. But this will make it very hard. And it's been hard on us. Our staff has had to make a lot more accommodations. Even yesterday, while I was trying to run the wellness meeting, poor Tom Swanson came in and one of the buses had to be combined, and Doris was reaching out to me at the last minute, and I'm trying to run the meeting, and usually we'll get his message out, and I had to have Tom send the message out. All that's happening while we're trying to run the wellness meeting, which is a state statutory meeting you're doing every month. So that's how it impacts us. It's just, when we're trying to do other things, it becomes like an emergency here. Let me rephrase. It becomes an urgent matter here, urgent matter there, because we have to combine these buses. That one's not operation. We're short on this run. So it reduces your staff's productivity on the other things we're trying to do. And your colleagues, if you do start, I don't really want you to do this. If you do start asking around at the hockey games and the football field and the soccer fields, you'll hear some people saying, "Oh my God, yeah, this was late," or they had to combine a bus. Or something. So it just gets. I'm not looking forward to that if that's the way we're going to go. But I will say I'd rather have that than losing, staff. I don't really want to lose any administrators. I don't want to lose any teachers. I know, and neither do you. So I would rather take two buses than lose anybody like that. But or anyone else for that matter. But that's, yes, it'll have an impact, and yes, we'll have to deal with it. But like I said, I'd rather keep people in place and deal with that. That's what we're gonna do.
Okay, then the other question I had was, I know you had mentioned the, pay as you go or something with regarding the athletic program, because I doubt anybody really wants to see the entire Tolland school systems, every single sport just gone. So what does that entail, and what is the cost, or how would that even
Well, I
happen, so
know,
to speak?
I know I don't want to see it gone, but they would be fully funded by parents. So you're looking at least quadrupling, or tripling or quadrupling the cost. It would be what we pay when we pay any other outside, organization for it. So you're not paying 300 if you're asking them to fully fund it. You're looking at, double that, something in there. More like what your kid would play, a swim team. That was $1,000 for, or maybe one.
Yeah,
That you're looking at those kinds of prices if we're not having any board share funding of it at all. But again, this is what happened. This is all I have to go to when there's nothing else that we can go to for that. So I'm not recommending that. You'll notice that there are budget iterations here who do not have high school sports impacted. But the lower you go, the more things get impacted. And
we have the middle school gone as well.
there's budgets, there's definitely the lower and lower and lower, the greater and greater the impacts, and they're not great.
So the middle school is 63, and then the high school's over $500,000. All right, I'll pause or move on. Someone else can get a shot in whatever order Jen wants to run this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Now, your budget that it is passed forward, if there are things that might be negotiated after the fact, your budget could be, anywhere in a range, right? I'm just going to say, so if you have some things you're working on, we could pass the budget across the board at a certain, pass it out a certain range, and then there could be negotiations to take it down by X, Y, or Z. So, you could do something higher than a 4 or 5 and let those negotiations play out some of this other stuff. Like, assume if you did a 6 and you assume certain things might be negotiated out, that 6 is actually a 5 or a 4. But like I said, you can't count on it. You'd have to pass the 6 or the 7.
Dr. Willett, has there ever been a year you've been here that the town council, after the town council reviewed the budget, that you haven't had to come back and negotiate the number that we gave?
I think maybe there was one
In how many years?
in, 20 years.
20, right. So the likelihood is we're coming back to
11
this room to renegotiate our number anyway.
Yeah.
All right, Dina, you had your hand up.
No, I was going to do a point of clarification before we started, but Bill had already
Okay.
mentioned that, so I'm okay. I'll let her.
Okay.
Yeah. I just wanted to say thank you again to Dr. Willett for all the obvious hard work that went into preparing these scenarios and answering all of those questions on the FAQ as thoroughly as you did. Certainly, as somebody walking through this for the first time, I appreciate the level of clarity that you helped bring to what is obviously a very complex process. I manage budgets for a living, and this has been really humbling so far. I appreciate all of you kind of bearing with me. I have a couple of clarification questions, if I may. I just want to make sure I understand what the insurance reduction is representing. So that's like an estimate of what we could reduce once E-chip disbands. Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And E-chip is a complex matter.
Yeah.
There will be timelines and releases and triggers, and there has yet to be a negotiated agreement, which we're working on now. So I'm just projecting a potential utilization of funds,
Right.
or reduction, but I have to be careful about it, not to think that it would be more than that,
Yeah. And then the sports, do we know what that would translate to into cost for parents?
I did not, I didn't have time to break that out granularly, but I
Okay.
can say that, you're at 300 now. And if they had to pick up, say, high school sports, 500,000, then divide that over roughly, 400 athletes or something. I mean, just rough numbers, very rough. It's $583,000 to run that program in its entirety.
So over $1,000 per
Yeah,
parent.
I mean, you're looking at the kind of, like I said, the best estimation I give you is you're looking at about the amount you pay for a travel team. Because that's what you're doing. You're actually funding the whole thing the way you might fund the majority of a travel team or something, or a swim team.
Would that be are you using the same math for TMS as THS?
TMS does not cost as much if you notice, but you're not going to have a middle school. You're not going to have no high school team and a middle school team. So, you're looking at the same general methodology, but it's harder to nail that down. It would be more expensive.
65K for the middle school.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's in there right now. That figure is there.
Yeah. How many students is that? Middle school. How many middle school students do we have involved in sports?
You want it divided by about 50.
665 divided by.
I'm just saying you're looking at about 1,000 something. Same thing either way, roughly. Yeah. It's hundreds.
Sorry, go ahead, Mackenzie.
And then the ones in red, are the ones that you said are people?
Well, what I try to do, it's kind of complex, is the ones in yellow highlight are positions, right? And from 7 to 5 to 4, I tried to highlight what is notably different. So for instance, 7, has these, right? And then 5, see the reds, that's added. From the 7 to the 5 are these additional red. There's those that were in the 7, and now there's the red, right?
Yeah,
That we're
I'm
now,
looking at,
and then you go from the 5 to the 4. Those red are things that were not in the 5 that are now unique to the 4.
so I'm looking at the 7 in I-10.
Okay.
And it's red. I wondered what.
Yeah, that's a unique one to 7. It's a reorganization of
Okay.
that department,
Okay.
which
Thank
would
you.
mean some people.
Thank you. Thank you, Jen. Okay. Jane, go ahead.
Just one question for now, and then I'll have some more in a little bit. But it was related to Brian's discussion about buses. And before I ask this, I want to reiterate, this is not necessarily what I want to do. I'm just trying to ask the question so we get the answer and figure it out from there. But obviously, the buses, when it comes to the buses, every student has to be accounted for. Every student has to be offered a seat, regardless of if they have their license, if they get driven to school, whatever it is. Right now, obviously, there's a lot of empty seats and a lot of different buses, blah, 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 blah. What would be the threshold of we have just enough buses to make sure every student's accounted for compared to where we are right now?
I mean, the thing is, it's really not, the empty seat thing is kind of this hard thing to articulate.
I hear you.
It's not what people think it is, because I think they see buses at different phases of their routes. And the buses have to go to all the extremities in Tolland. So if you have 10 kids, spread out over 3 roads, and you have 5 kids spread out over 3 roads, you're still stopping at the 3 roads. Whether you have 5 kids at those roads or 10 kids, and it goes down a little bit, not a lot. So it's just a matter of the basic, analysis or math is the fewer buses you have, the longer the routes, the less flexibility. And so we lose 2 more, we go down by 6 from the contract. The routes are getting longer. When there's problems, we have to double up. And that is what people are seeing now is we do have combinations fairly regularly. So it's just a matter of ride time and that type of thing. There's no magic number. It's just, you'll see the fewer number of buses, the greater the frustration, the longer the routes, and the more issues are prone to happen.
Sure. I guess I'm asking, which is very difficult to ignore all of those prospects of, it might mean longer bus routes and it might mean, earlier pickup times and later drop-offs in the evening. Which kills me to even let come out of my mouth, but ignoring that for a second, ignoring that part of the conversation, we still would have buses that can provide transportation and all these things, blah, 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 blah. And
Yeah, I mean, they're there because I would rather have you do that than take a position, for instance, but it is going to create what I described,
Right.
more of those issues.
But again, my question is, right now, let's say we have, 30 buses. I don't know what the actual number is. I'm sure we can find it somewhere or whatever it is. Is it actually 18 buses that, or, let's say 23 buses that we are meeting the threshold and we have to make longer routes, earlier pickup times, later drop-offs? I'm asking, again, ignoring the reason we added buses a few years ago, what would that, and you said it's hard to just pick a number, but there's got to be some sort of number of buses that, okay, we've got enough buses to serve all our students. Now we just have to edit these routes and make them longer, and
Well,
instead of 45, go ahead.
There is a critical mass upon which we are no longer legally functioning. We're not living up to legal requirements.
What is that?
Well, I mean, that you go down until you hit it. I mean, basically, we're not there yet, but every iteration down reduces the productivity of your people.
Yeah.
And every iteration down increases the frustration, the routes, the problems, the combining of things, all of that. So it's just a matter of this step down and 2 more buses will further reduce the productivity of your administrators and your secretaries who will struggle to manage the combinations, the breakdowns, the long routes, the complaints. There is no magic, we don't want to hit that number. Do I think 2 more is going to bring us to a crushing, halt of loss of legal ability to maintain, what is required of us? I wouldn't have it on there if I did. However, we are going to have a lot of problems.
Yeah.
We're going to have a lot of problems. The board will probably hear about it. Our productivity will constantly be interrupted. In the afternoon, we're trying to do our tasks, trying to get things done. It's going to be one's, I've got this problem. This one has to combine. This one's running late. This one, was a sub now that ran into Wellington. It's going to be all of the stuff that you hate hearing about. So do I think taking it down by 2 is going to knock us off the legal threshold? Not quite, but we are getting, precariously close to that. Would not want to do it again. Do I want to see teachers or administrators something go in lieu of that? No, I'd rather have more problems I have to deal with than lose people. But, I can't give you the magic numbers.
Yes.
I can only tell you that the issues will become more prevalent.
So then can I ask you a different question? Is there some sort of bus, and it might be you, so you can tell me, is there some sort of main bus coordinator, somebody doing that role of managing, hey, we got this bus broke down, we need to combine these buses, or is that literally you and the principal of that school, as you mentioned before, doing it in the middle of
It would be Doris Manning, who's our first student contact, working in conjunction with the principals and me. Aram Espinoza is our chief financial officer. He also is assigned transportation by me for various things. So it's a team of us that work on it.
Gotcha.
But it ends up taking a lot of all of our time, respectively. I try to take what I can off the plates of the admin and buildings, but that's impossible, really. I do everything I can to try to ameliorate or balance out what they're getting hit with, but I can't take it all away. And so we all suffer on that one. And when I say suffer, there are people horribly suffering in this world. I don't want to use that word.
Right.
We lose our productivity. We lose in their worlds, they're losing their core opportunities to work with kids. And, every amount of time they spend on this is time they cannot spend doing community outreach or doing data processing for MTSS or working with teachers or creating quality PD. Or we're becoming more and more of a triage situation on a day-to-day basis. Mm-hmm. I have about 50 things I'd like to do for this district, and most of them keep just getting pushed back and back and back because of the triaging we have to do every day on the basic, immediate needs. And the more of those kind of things we have happen, the more urgent, immediate, problems have to be solved. You become far more day-to-day managers than you do leaders.
Right.
You're just managing one problem to the next, and you're not really leading anymore because there's absolutely no time for it. Yep. So that's what happens the more and more we trade off those things. But again, to reiterate, because you have to make hard choices tonight, I would rather have those problems than lose people, because our people are the most valuable asset to us and to our kids. So, it is what it is.
Is there a position? And again, I'm not asking these questions because this is what I want, but is there a position that with the money that's saved from eliminating even more buses, is there a position that could be implemented into the school side of it? So not for student, not, that could take this burden off of, and I say burden, hopefully you understand what I mean by that, not anything negative, but in this case, I mean, it's negatively impacting people. Is there a position on the school side that could take that burden off of your shoulders and the specific school's administrator's shoulders, and we could fund that position through some of these cuts to handle the influx of this bus broke down, we have to merge this, here's the plan, here's the communication getting sent out to families.
I'm going to put it this way. And I've been here a long time, and I care a lot about this town.
Mhm.
I love the town. I love the kids in it. I don't want to go anywhere else. So I preface it by saying that there's very little you can do anymore. So no, we're here because we care about the town. We're not here because this is manageable anymore. A lot of this is not manageable anymore. A lot of it is, minute to minute, problem to problem, issue to issue. We're doing management. We're not doing leadership. And I want to be here, and I'm going to stay here, and we're all going to stay here. Like, if you look at these people, they've been here for a long time. You look at some of them, they actually live in this town. They're here because we don't want to see this place, founder. We don't want to see any issues overwhelm this place. But at this point, transportation is up there and 2 buses are up there. I put that up there knowing that's going to make our daily work even harder, and there's nothing you can do about it because you have a budget you need to pass here that has to reasonably, be handed over at a level that will pass. And that means that we have to do things that are going to make our day-to-day life more like managers and less like leaders. And that the teachers, hopefully, we can preserve as many of those positions because they're the ones interacting directly with kids. Same things, nurses, all of them. Secretaries, all of those positions, they interact with kids daily. So if our lives become a little harder to make sure that they can, remain in the system, that's what we want to do. But there's nothing you can do to help us with that because unless you can get $5-6 million back, I guess the kind of thing you can do is you can look real hard at the data points. And you can decide where you want to start to put your energy because the data points are there. Those pages are there for a reason. They're not just serendipitously thrown in for no particular reason. They're the stuff that, bargaining units use to assess ability to pay and things like that. There's data in there that's useful to you. Your people will work very hard for you. But, what has to happen in order to make something different would be something beyond what you can do like right now with this. Right now with this, you're presented with this absolutely horrible task of telling me which of this combination of yuck is going to end up in the budget that you want me to move forward. And none of this is anything we want. And the only way out is to look at those data points and find new ways to have this process work. So I'm just being frank with you. But we care about this place. We care about you. You're giving your time as elected officials. I really respect that. So I'm doing my best to, whatever you want to do, I'll work with.
Respectfully, I understand that part. I will never second guess. I guess my question is, ignoring all the bad stuff, we're turning staff away because of whatever problem that might exist. There's great people in our buildings that I have gone in the last 4 years reiterating that the only reason I think our school district is sustainable today is because of the people who either run the district on a day-to-day basis or who are in the schools running the schools on a day-to-day basis. So that has not changed. But as painful as it is to say, ignoring all the bad stuff that comes with it, is that a possibility of reducing more than 2 buses and with the savings from that, adding a school side position that manages the chaos of the delayed buses? It's more of yeah, it's possible, but not manageable based on everything you just said. Or it's a, no, it's not possible. That position doesn't exist anywhere. And it's also a terrible idea. So either way, it's a
Sometimes
terrible
people
idea.
want me to give you a yes or no answer. There's nuance. The
Yeah.
115, if you hire a position, it's going to be at least what, 50, 70. So
Yeah.
you'll negate that with like, half of that will disappear in the position. And frankly, I don't see a position being able to make,
Gotcha. That's,
you're not going to have a magical, I'm trying not to be glib. A person doesn't fix a resource problem, right? You can hire a person to watch it, but they're going to watch fewer buses get fewer, take longer time. So I would get no, it would not improve the situation to reduce 2 buses and hire a position.
to manage all that chaos.
No, because they're just going to be watching fewer resources getting the same number of kids, and that would be impossible. If I hired someone and said, I want you with fewer resources to make everything work better, that would be a hard position to hire for.
Right.
Or you're gone.
Or, right.
They'd say, oh, great. Yeah, fewer resources. You want me to make it roughly the same time, But I mean, with certain parameters, like the legal parameters, that wouldn't be fair to do to somebody.
I completely agree with you. I'm asking whether it's a possibility or not, whether I want to do it or not.
I guess if I'm doing yes, no, I'd say no.
I gotcha. Okay. No, that and again, I'm not just taking your no. I'm taking everything you just said on top of the no, and here's why. And so everything you gave the why before. So I appreciate just, I guess, summarizing it at the end of just no, not a good idea. We should not take more away. But
I appreciate the idea of creative thinking and trying to come up with something that would offset our struggle. So I appreciate that.
Something I want to recommend. But I guess, again, it wasn't necessarily asking you, can this position fix the problems? It's more so, can this position take that off your hands now? Because there's going to be more problems if we reduce even more buses. Can it take the load off of the principal's hands? Or are you very crucial in that process? Is Mr. Swanson very crucial in that process of communicating to families? Or could a new position handle those responsibilities, all of those responsibilities when all this chaos breaks down? And would I ask somebody to do that ever in my life personally? Would I hire somebody? No, because as you just said, that's not fair to somebody.
Well, I mean, there could be a person who would take the phone calls and, manage things. Then people escalated, it's still coming our way. The issues happen at each individual school at the time that the buses are engaging in the routes. So I suppose a position could be in between me and the principals and the public, and, go there and talk about the combinations and receive the complaints, and but that would not improve the functioning of the logistics. It would just, be one additional step before reaching me when someone's upset.
So there's no way of taking.
So I mean, you could do that, but you'd limit the reduction amount, and at the end of the day, the logistics would be the same. It's just somebody would be in between me and the public, or the principals and the public when they come to complain.
So there's no way to remove you or the school administrator from that process, essentially.
I mean, not any more than what I've described. It would just be, it would not improve the logistics.
Yeah.
So it's not going to make the kids' rides better, and we're here for the kids. It might make my life slightly better because there would be someone else to complain to. But at the end of the day, the kid is still getting there late. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's not improving the kid's experience, which is the core operating responsibility and mission. So, I would say that I wouldn't recommend doing that. Although I appreciate the desire to set a little.
Yeah, I mean, to be clear, I would. And again, I'm not endorsing this at all.
And if it meant one more teacher, I wouldn't want that either. Like to have somebody to manage that in between us, that's not worth losing a teacher or anyone else for.
Cost benefit analysis doesn't really match up there. No, that makes sense. Everything, again, that is not something I would ask. I wouldn't want my students 20 minutes down the road getting home 2 hours after they got on the bus, right? And that's just a looking out for the kids you care so deeply. So from a professional point of view, trust me, everything you're saying.
Oh, I don't doubt it. I know you're trying to find creative solutions, and you're being kind and trying to find a way to offset impacts on, the manager. I'm just being candid. I'm not expecting you to solve the problem that we have right now of having more of a management responsibility and leadership one. It's just where we are. I am, if anything, I empathize with the decisions you have in front of you. I empathize with you, because I know this is difficult. And what is this now? Almost the 11th or 12th time I've gone through this with the board, and it's never easy. It's always hard. So,
Sorry.
thank you.
Next question.
Good evening, Dr. Willow. Once again, thanks for all the hard work you put into these 3 new proposals. I just have,
Just real quick, I want to thank Hiram Garza Espinoza and Suzanne Waterhouse, who helped a lot with this too, as well as others in the office. So thank you. It wasn't just me, it was them too. Well, thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt.
no, not at all. For the Windows up or Windows 11 update, when is the drop dead? Are we experiencing another Y2K that if we don't do this now,
Every year they make it more expensive to re-up the Windows 10 stuff.
Yeah, I know you said that
We won't all fall apart in a year, but it's just gonna eventually,
at some point.
yeah, it just becomes more expensive to maintain the 10s and then the year stuff. It's simple. And obviously the company will be putting more of its energy into 11. So if there is going to be a vulnerability, probably going to be 10.
Okay.
But what I will say, complimenting Jen Plumbo, has also done amazing things for us, and Adam shares the tech. He also has made sure that, and he's done a great job of leading the department and making sure we don't have, viruses and some of the ransomware. You see these terrible articles about these places. He does everything he can to make that not happen here, and so that's also part of it. We're far less susceptible if we keep our systems up to date. We'll keep everything running on the newest stuff or newer stuff. Having said that, again, I'd rather have that than lose people. And I'd rather have some challenges there than lose people by all means.
My next question on your 4 and 5, as far as the sports, and you have on here the whole, THS, TMS, the whole program.
Well, then again, as you go down in percent,
Yes.
the 7 doesn't put.
No, the 7 doesn't, but 4 and 5 does.
Yeah.
So when you say the entire program, is that just the money for someone to participate, or does it include uniforms?
Every dollar you have would now have to be funded by your public.
So that includes all your materials, all your uniforms, all this stuff.
That's the 583,000 basically. That, and that's not what we collect right now. That's what we collect is what funds it. So you're obviously collecting that 583. I think it's 583.
Mm-hmm.
I don't recommend that. That one I would say I would not do. But I had to put it in here for the parameters, the constraints of the process. So, I would say, what I would suggest, because there's no part of this that gets any easier. I would suggest that perhaps maybe we start with the narrowest one and 4, and we go maybe item to item, line to line, using line. And you guys decide, yes, take that out, or no, don't. And when we get all the way to the bottom, because I'll take the ones that are yeses and I'll move them to the customize tab. So, like, for instance, if you're looking at the 4, right, just for example, let's say we started at the top, 1.0 FTA BIS, right? Yes, no. You guys say ultimately together, yes. I move it into the customize column as something to reduce. Then we go to the next thing. Yes or no. We move it to if you say yes, I move it to the customize. Then when we're done going through all of those things, they'll be the ones you felt okay with. I mean, I'm not saying you're okay with any of them, but the ones you could stomach a little and the ones you can't. And those are all, we'll see what the percentage is at that point. So if you do the yeses and the nos all the way through, I copy paste and we see what the percentage is when you're done at the very bottom of the list.
Great idea. I was going to suggest that I was going to start in the middle, but I'm fine starting at
The
4.
only reason I use a 4 is it happens to have, I won't duplicate anything at that point
Okay.
if I'm moving it
But
up.
I do want to let the one round of questions go
Oh, yeah.
before we start building. But yeah, that is my goal, that after we get through our questions, we start building. Thank you. Dana?
Thank you again to the team for putting this together. Again, I know you guys are probably gonna get sick of me saying this, but understanding our charge as Board of Ed members is to make sure that our student, staff, and school system is funded to be functional. With that being said, and I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I just wanted to kind of, and I appreciate Brian and Jaden for bringing up the bus situation. And I'm being crystal clear about the reason why we're in our bus situation. We were already reduced to, yes, I was here with COVID when the bus situation was out of control. Kids were on buses for hours, hour and change, even our littlest students. And we didn't have the app. So parents and everybody was kind of not knowing what was happening. So there was quite an uproar. We did field a lot of emails and a lot of calls. I think since the app has been instituted, it's been helpful and a comfort to parents. There's also a phone number that they can call to per student who has been at times not able to answer the phone because they're doing a million things, but also very accommodating and assisting with it. As someone who's been in the schools and seeing what's happened, not as much as some of us here, but seeing what happens when those scenarios happen. And I appreciate what you were saying, Jaden, about bringing up Mr. Swanson or bringing up Ms. Guglietta or bringing up Dr. Willett. It's in the moment with our security, our SROs, and those main key administrators to make sure our students are safely where they need to go, especially our littlest ones, the K through 5. I hate to say it, especially our littlest ones. Some of the things that we've talked about in the past were bus stops. Where I grew up, we had sidewalks. So our whole neighborhood, even a mile away, we had a local bus stop. That's not realistic here in Tolland. I think people need to understand it and grapple that because they see buses drive through the town, like Dr. Willett had said, they're only in so much part of the route, but maybe they're on the part of the route where they already dropped off 15 students, or maybe they're on the part of the route where they still have to collect 15 more students because our square mileage is so large. So I think when we're making decisions on our budget and we're making decisions on what we're going to do and how we're going to take care of our schools, we need to understand those scenarios because the quick thing for me in my head is, okay, let's make a bus stop at the Vineyards. Let's make a bus stop at Kate Lane. Let's make a bus stop right here, but that's not realistic. So I think, and our folks who are listening, and I appreciate all the folks that are on tonight. I wish there was more. There's 9 participants on our meeting, which is also something that I think the team needs to be cognizant of. Because when we're working with our friends and neighbors to understand this budget and how we want to get it to what we need to do in referendum, people need to be coming to these meetings and understanding these meetings versus getting their information secondhand on Facebook so they could articulate a good understanding when we go to referendum. So I'll get off my pedestal with that. Nevertheless, I think the bus situation, I think this is the best of the worst scenario, best case scenario that Dr. Willett has put up towards us. Again, when we're looking at personnel or we're looking at classrooms and teachers in front of students and curriculum or programs in front of students. If it's 2 buses, I'd rather have programs in front of students. I'd rather have personnel in front of students, whether it is our social workers or it's our educators in front of students. And then we need to think about what we're talking about. Joelle, you talked about the sports, and several of us are sports parents. Several of us could be sports parents. Some of us could have the drama student, the music student, the clubs, the activities, the DECA student. I think we need to be cognizant of understanding what we're doing as we're going through these things, that we are supporting the whole student. Because that football player or that soccer player may not be the best English student, but because of that soccer coach that might be the health teacher at the middle school really gets them going on the field. Now, all of a sudden, those kids are achieving in this classroom. And again, I'll talk about that 8th grade student that years ago that was not doing very well in his classes and found the jazz band and found the drama club. And now he's building the stages for the middle school place. And now his grades, I don't know how through the roof there, but they're way better than what they were. And he's a functioning student in our classrooms. So understanding when we have these things and when we're going through the 4%, the 5%, the 7%, even the 9%, we need to be really thinking about the whole student and how we can support them, right? And Mackenzie on my world are very similar. We come from a rewrite budgets every year. We have to adhere to these things, and it is a little different than the Board of Ed budget. But again, we need to be as, and Jaden, your questions, right on, man, really right on, trying to get creative to see how we can do it. And I know Dr. Willett's been banging his head against the wall to try to figure it out. But I think through the next few conversations, we really need to see how we as a Board of Ed can make a good, strong, responsible decision on all those different categories. I don't have any questions for you, Dr. Willett. You answered a multitude of them in the document and tonight and explained the bus situation phenomenally. And thank you for being so articulate with it. Again, we need to be cognizant of what we're adding, what we're taking away, and what we're asking when we're saying keep this or take this, keep this or take that. That's what I have to. Thank you.
I'm gonna just jump in really quick. I know we don't love this question, but it's one that I get asked regularly. Dr. Willett, could you level services? What would you say if we were just maintaining? I know our main cost drivers in this budget equaled about 7%, but obviously doing a 7%, that's still need to do some reductions here. Although maybe not because you did have to include some positions for us to do that. But would you say about 7% would be basically keeping things where they are now, year over year?
I would say that for your budget right now, if you look at 7%, you're keeping your staff structures essentially the same. All the other stuff that's in there impacts some element of kids' offerings or creates more logistical challenges, right? Like the bus, Windows 11 upgrades, these are things, will it cause everything to come to a halt? No. Does it cause more problems for our staff to deal with? Yes. So you'll notice that what it does do is it negates most of what was in that superintendent's proposed budget, plus a little more than that.
Right.
So it's not really level. Level services, if you want that, you'd subtract security from the superintendent's budget.
So maybe somewhere 8%.
You'd subtract the positions that I had added, and then you're at level.
Yeah.
That's what level would be. Your level would be slightly more than that. It would be the superintendent's budget without any of the position requests. That would be roughly level.
It's 7.7. Thank you. So about 7.7% sound good to you? Just saying.
Yeah, spitballing, sure. Yeah.
Okay. So really, I mean, the way that we've been running, with a 1.65 and obviously even less than that with the debt service, we were in the same boat last year, we were in the same boat the year before. I feel like I can't even remember my first year or two on the board, but I'm assuming we're around the same. I mean, when we have year over year with these 7, 6, 7, 8% increases, just to keep the lights on, for a rough saying. Anything below that means reductions. And so and the time that I've been here, so this is my 5th year, we have never gotten a level services budget. So we have constantly just kept reducing to just be able to pay increases in things like transportation, salaries, insurance, etc. So just pointing that out.
Before the new board came on, there was an item of things that the district did to offset costs and to bring in, some kind of, some revenue. And so that I think is also something to keep in mind, that your staff do make a lot of effort to provide cost avoidance programming, like LEAP, TTA, bring in funding, open choice by about 129 to 130,000 right now, and over 500,000 over the course of the last 5 years. Grants about 943,000, almost $1 million. there's a lot of work done in, avoidance, cost avoidance, and looking for ways to bring revenue. So your staff's working really hard. They're not just relying on, say, taxpayers to do it. They're trying. And I think that's something to keep in mind too. The other thing is this idea that you see out there that this is all just one big ploy to scare you, and don't worry, nothing will happen. That's not true. I mean, anyone in the public, your clubs have gone up exponentially. All the parents are getting nailed really hard during a hard economic time with massively increased pay to play, much higher increased clubs. I have 3 kids, and I understand what that is to have your kids involved in things. And then now they're all those 3 or 4 clubs. Now they went up in cost by almost double. Your reports went up at least 33%. And that's last year. That's the that's, so it's not true. Nobody's trying to hurt anyone here, but these are not, if you're hearing this at home, these are by no means, these conversations are not to scare anyone. These impacts are real, and they are happening right now. They're happening to you. If you're a parent, you're seeing this. So I just think it's important that people realize there's no magic wand here. These impacts are hitting people hard. And it's not rhetoric, and it's not meant to be punitive either. You're dealing with this issue right now. Where do you go? And like I said, I would look at data points, look at things like that. There's, you have only a certain amount that you can do with this, but there's other things that could be done.
Yeah, I think just to touch on a couple of your points, at our very first meeting, our student reps came in with a list of things they wanted to discuss with us based on information from their peers through student council meetings. And one of the things they did discuss was that the clubs was a concern for students, because now students had to choose, one club when they used to maybe do 3 clubs. Right. They also pointed out, which I was going to point out anyway, is that when we talk about clubs and sports and all of the things, and I think and band, and everyone in this room knows this, but we also have to highlight the fact that we have an obligation to prepare our students for, college as well. And these things will not allow them to be competitive if they don't have access to extracurriculars. So there's a million things that these things do for a student, regardless of where they're going in their future, as they grow. But that is another thing that, as we have, one of our goals is to prepare our students for college. We're not really giving them that leg up. So obviously I would not be in favor of doing those things. And as awful as it is, if we were forced into a situation, I would rather up pay to play, up our, ticket costs, up all of those things, than cut these things. Not that I think we could go to the point of 1,000, because then we're just going to lose kids anyway. There was another. So I want to ask this question because I think it's important for this discussion, but I also need to be careful how I ask this question. So I don't know how this is going to work out, but when we talk about, let's say we're looking at the 4% budget, and when we talk about line 5 of that. No, I'm sorry, not 5. 9, line 9.
Row 9.
That would be a significant impact for many reasons.
Yeah.
Could you discuss?
Significant.
I'm sorry? Significant. So I just think that.
There's no way I would want that to happen. Not one bit. I think this came up, and I included it because it was part of the conversation that the board had. I think it is very difficult to think of this, 200 PPTs. Who's doing those? Who's doing the management?
What did you say?
200 PPTs. Who's doing those? Yeah. Who's doing the management of the day-to-day, discipline or actions? Who's doing PD? Who's doing all of the things? It's who's doing the DCF 136 stuff? Who's doing
who's helping out with the busing costs?
Doing the busing. I mean, it's. And if you look at schools that size, they have 2. There's one example. Somebody sent me something about a Vernon, but that school has half the number of kids. It's not manageable. So I would not want to see that happen at all, but it's there because the board, you asked them to do something and they did it. But
I do want to thank, we've got 3 current town council members, either in the room or online. 1 appointee as well online. I say this every year, and I'm going to say it again. This town cannot keep operating with the tax burden solely being upon property owners. And that is causing us to dismantle our district. And we are not keeping up with inflation. We are not keeping up with increased costs. We are not adding things to benefit our children while they are in school. And we are not adding things to benefit our children as they leave school into their futures. There's really nothing that we can do in this room that changes that. And every one of us, I think, got elected with grand hopes that we would make some changes, that we could make even the tiniest little bit of difference. I know I did. And yet all that we really do in this room is Sophie's choice. We choose the rock or the hard place. So I'm just going to ask our town councilors who are here, as well as the ones who are not. So feel free to bring it back to your next meeting, that we really need you engaged here. Our kids really need you engaged here. We have limited community participation right now. I think that's going to change again, as it always does, as they see what their students will be losing, as they see what they will be losing. We heard from hundreds of students. I feel comfortable saying that last year, between emails and the public participations, about the effect of the things that we were taking away. We still took away, in essence, their clubs. We found a way to make them run. We are running out of options to find ways to make things run. And I also don't believe that it should mean that, homes are getting, 10% tax increases. I don't agree with that either. So there really needs to be some short-term and some long-term planning with much smarter people than me, because we just can't keep going on like this. So, okay, next, Bill, you're up.
What's the cost of one-to-one tech for TIS in Birch Grove? Do you have that?
Yep. Well, I can break it apart. I mean,
Doesn't have to be exact.
but roughly you're looking at the Chromebooks are slightly less expensive. So you're in the zone of the 119,
For both of them, for each.
probably, but I have to look. I'll try to.
And what would be, in comparison, the cost of setting up a couple carts to go into classrooms a couple times a week, as opposed to having a one-to-one?
I mean, you can do it. It's going, and again, it has to be taken in the grand scheme of things. It's going backwards
I get it.
because the kids, will not have it to work on, vicariously and embedded and integrated into the curriculum. They can't open them and start writing, and all that the same way they could if they're taking them into the library, taking them to other rooms and so on. So it'd probably be roughly half the cost of that, if I'm just estimating, because you have to have cards.
Sure. You gotta set it up.
Buy the cards. I don't think we have those anymore. You'd have to get the special charger things for the cards. We can transition to something like that.
Is that considered capital?
It depends on your perspective.
Okay.
You might say yes, but the town might say no. The town dictates what is and is
Sure.
not capital. They ultimately make that decision. You can request anything. We can
Right.
put it. We didn't request that in our, when capital comes to you as a board, it comes to you in August. And so in August, you say yes or no, and you can put anything you want in there, but that boat has sailed for this year, and then next year you could do that.
All right. BQ question 15 talks about we've collected $22,000 in fees, but the cost of it for the clubs. But the clubs is $93,000 we have. So we're still waiting on $71,000 to come in the last couple months of school, the second half of school.
Yeah,
Accurate.
those are donations. Those aren't collections. I think it's how much was donated.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's just, so on the positive news side, you have about 50, 60 collected, but you had people donate $22,000.
Okay.
The only thing you have to keep in mind is that was during this economy, this year. I don't know if parent guardians, the community would sustainably be able to donate $23,000 every year, but they did this year. So I think that question was specifically about how much came in donations.
So what is the total amount that we've collected so
So we're
far?
looking between 60,000 roughly that we collected and
So
and this is
We're still collecting.
82. We're a little bit shy, but not much. But that's,
$30,000 still left to collect.
no, I'd have to look at the daily. It comes in daily. Part of it is there's FRL involved in that. We don't collect from FRL, free and reduced lunch.
Right.
We don't collect. There's still elements of that. We may have a slight deficit on it, but nothing like we used to in the past. We're collecting the vast majority of every dollar, and we're not allowed to let kids in that have not paid unless there's an FRL status situation, which is different. So I expect to collect most of it. There are still, people that said they donated. We don't harass everyone, but that's the collected donations too.
Athletics, $583,635. Do you know roughly how much of that is the actual stipends that we pay our or our coaches?
I mean, I would have to look at the coach line specifically to break that out. You're looking about 3,000 to 5,000 per coach, coaches roughly. So that,
And every teacher, whether they're the head coach or an assistant coach, gets a stipend.
yeah, your coach gets a stipend, your assistant gets a stipend. There are volunteers that don't, but
Sure.
yeah, your coach, assistant coaches get them.
So basically any teacher that's involved in this, or any,
It's a teacher, but if there's no teachers, they'll do it. We'll hire
Right.
from other places, other districts teachers.
and we can't run athletics with volunteers based on the union contract. Is that correct?
Well, the union contract is one reason. The other reason would be that you do need to have a training, and sort of like the state, you have to be recognized as
The online. Right.
So it couldn't just be me showing up to take over my daughter's softball team or
Right.
something. I have to, so it's a little more than that. But yeah, the bargaining unit contract basically says you offer it to teachers first.
And if we wanted to take the step and say, we're going to go with volunteers, we'll pay the $500 to get them coaching certified that it costs for that online class, we would not be allowed to do that.
Well, it would be an uphill road, yeah, because you would be looked at as you have a bargaining unit agreement, and you're trying to not give them the compensation for it by bringing in a volunteer to run the whole thing. So it might be challenged. And if you tried to run a district like this on volunteers, some sports would run, some wouldn't.
Sure.
That type of thing. Plus, the program is more than just the coaches; it's the management of it, the collection of the money, where the money goes, the ordering of materials, the scheduling of the games. You still need people to coordinate those types of things, which means human beings usually, or a human being. If not, you're tasking another human being with it, and the other human beings are not going to take that task without some kind of additional arrangement.
But we don't schedule games in our conference. The conference has a schedule.
Well, but you do schedule the buses, line all that stuff up, and you do sometimes talk about rescheduling and cancellations, and
But that's our AD.
participate in it.
That's our athletic director that does that, right?
Right.
Now,
I'm not talking,
that included a salary, that 5 something?
does that 583 include the AD
We
salary?
don't have a program, we don't need that.
The entire program.
What's that?
It's the entire program.
So
It would be everything related to that program. If you're
Is that
self-funded, 583 would be all personnel, all materials, supplies, all.
Learn. So try and follow me on this. 583,635 is the high school athletics. I believe by my count, we have 20 varsity sports between boys and girls, athletics, not counting the co-op sports. 20 sports into that 583,635 is approximately $29,000 per sport. Why don't we do any team fundraising that goes directly to that cost? Because the team fundraising that happens now goes right back to buying extra uniforms for the kids to keep. So when the football team raises $10,000, they get all kinds of swag for that. And that's, my son loves it. But, I'm wondering if it's a matter of saving the sport and doing another couple fundraisers throughout the season. Maybe that's the better route to do it. If you keep the pay to play at $300, that's another approximate $120,000 based on 400 kids that you said earlier. That brings it down to $23,000 per sport. I don't think that's an insurmountable amount for, an entire sports team to do a fundraiser or two to try and come up with that. I mean, I remember we sold candy bars and, I sent stuff with my parents to work for them to sign people up to buy stuff. So I don't think that is unrealistic to expect more from our students in the way of fundraising to save their sport that they want to play.
Well, I think the thing about it is the math on that sometimes looks nice, but those sports, if they were fundraising 23,000 per sport or 29 or whatever, and they're going out to this community, they're going out to the same people. So if you're getting hit up by, you're getting higher athletics fees, you're getting higher club fees, and now here comes Walt Willett. He wants you to help him out with swim team, and here comes, Madeline, who wants you to help him out with, girls softball, and here comes, the thing is, it dries up.
Yeah.
It dries up. There's only so many places you can go and so many people you can go to. That's why, that kind of fundraising in the tens of thousands. Typically what they do now is that they do stuff that goes into SA and it offsets something they want. Different things the team might want or benefit from. It's not the actual funding of the team, it's personnel, all the structures around it. So it's just that kind of fundraising. You'd be going back to the same well. And I don't know if it would be there. If we're relying on it to sustain the program, you still have to hire the people, put things in place. You're spending that money while you're trying to fundraise it. And that was actually how the turf field got started, was that's an example of, hey, we'll fund this. It's going to be X dollars, but we're going to have this group contribute and this group, and these groups will all sign up. And at the end of the day, they didn't, some did. There's only so many that could do it. And then there was a pretty massive differential that needed to be made up. And, that was a problem. So it's hard because we couldn't really run a program on the off chance we could have every team raise that kind of money. We couldn't. If you wanted to do that, we would have to commit to deficit spend until we collected. And if you're deficiting if you can't collect, 5 of those 20 teams, just using your numbers, can't do it, you're at $100,000. And that $100,000 would be $100,000 deficit. You have about an average of the last 5 years, about 148 at the end, and it's usually 0.3% of the budget and all that. But that means that, that's the average. Some years you've had less than 50, less than 80, and others you've had, like last year, more to move. But what if you're in one of those years where you have less than 50 and 80 and you have $100,000 to make up? It's just playing roulette. It's playing a really tight game with it. And as you know, it's a really not a great thing if a board had to go back to a town because they overspent. So it's like, if we were to do that, we'd be taking a very big chance if we start doing it that way. And
even if we cut that in half and say it's $250,000 that we ask the teams to be responsible for raising, and that 29 is actually 14.5. with the sports that my kids are involved in, they're pretty close to that now, just by the email fundraiser that they do to have family and friends donate.
Well,
their
if you did,
sport.
you'd still have to raise pay to play. So you'd raise pay to play to 500 per kid, 200 more to cover the other 250,000. And then you're asking those families to contribute 20 some grand to the sport. So, the kids are paying 500 per sport now, and they're going out and having to fundraise 20 grand per sport or 10 grand per sport. I'm not poo-pooing the idea. I'm just looking at it as, I don't know you can count on that. Whereas from a budgeting point of view, you have to do what you would be able to kind of count on. And what you can count on is if you have a pay-to-play fee that people have to pay it to play, you may have, less demand because your cost is higher, but that you'd have to factor that in. I get worried about, for instance, right now we collected almost $23,000 with clubs. I don't think we'll collect the same amount next year because I don't think that people will have the money to give what they gave every single year. I think they gave it this year, but I don't know if next year they'll be able to give the same amount they gave this year. I don't think anybody who gave this year is planning on giving in perpetuity. I don't think they thought, you know what, out of the goodness of my heart, for the next 10 years, I'm going to give all, this money every year for the next 10 years. Some of them might, but I don't think all of them would. I think it was the one time, and they're hoping that we weathered the storm and got the district through a tough time, and then something will happen differently next time. But I don't think anyone's thinking in perpetuity that they're going to make those donations every year. So I would say that 22, extremely successful year, we did exactly what you're saying. We raised $23,000. I don't think we'll raise that same amount next year. And that was on top of the already increased pay to participate fees and the increased threshold. So it's hard because I think we're taking chances on that one. I will do as your superintendent anything you want me to do. But if we deficit funded that under the auspices, we raise the money, you just have to be ready to face a deficit of a couple $100,000 if we did.
I think we're not expecting enough in fundraising. I think fundraising has been done all the time throughout the days. I mean, for goodness sake, by just sending some emails, we get $8,000 to $10,000 without doing anything. We just send some emails out right now. And, what happens if we have a car wash or sell chocolate bars or, do anything? It all adds up. And it's
3,000.
And it's not necessarily here. It's a family effort. That's what I always remember it as, a family effort. Sell the discount cards, anything and everything. I'm just trying to, throw out ways to, fund the sports without it coming out of our operating, or at least aid in, so it's not as much of an expense on our operating. I think we can expect more instead of saying, the $500,000 isn't necessarily coming from this community, because what percentages of our parents work in this community? There's a certain percentage, but I think a lot more of them work outside of this community where they would be helping their child. I know I would be helping my child. My wife would be outside of this community. So I think we're missing out on an opportunity by the no effort fundraising that we do right now. If we actually, have some expectations of our kids to do a little bit more, I don't think we need to raise pay to play. I think we'd be surprised by the amount of money that we would be bring in by, expecting just a little bit more effort. I go to Dunkin' Donuts and is it Vernon softball that is collecting at Dunkin' Donuts in the fall time or in the springtime. So there's other schools doing additional stuff other than, well,
Is it schools or is it like TYFC or?
no, it was I believe it was the Vernon school softball players. Whether it was middle school or high school, I can't answer that. But so I think we're missing an opportunity there to do more.
Can I just add?
Yes.
I guess my concern with that would be, though, if we did that it would have to be like clubs where we couldn't run the sport until we collected all the funds for the sport. So the only way I could really see something like that working, because I'm sitting here trying to chew on, okay, how do we do that? Would be almost to like plan for it from the year ahead, meaning have the kids fundraise this year, put it into the bucket, and then whatever they get, take it out of the cost for the following year. The problem with doing that is that we only can commit to doing something like that for 2 years because that's our term. So we could really only affect 1 year's budget by making that decision.
But just imagine if it's ridiculously successful,
I'm not.
what Board of Ed is gonna change that?
But I think that would have to be it.
Yeah.
When it would have to be something where the current year we're in, we start bucketing those funds, saying that they're going to offset the cost for the following year. Because otherwise we wouldn't be able to start the clubs or with the sports, just like we can't start the clubs. And I see that being a heck of a lot more detriment because then you
Well-
make scheduling and all of those things until you know that you have the funds.
And that's where you would have to do the deficit spending. So that's where you would have to do that, because no scheduler is gonna schedule games for a school sports team, not knowing if they're gonna have a sport or not.
Right.
So that's where you would have to commit to deficit spending potentially.
I mean, the community is an awesome community. I think the thing is also just that I think every single one of us knows this. Grocery store, I'm spending hundreds more than I did a few years ago, right? All of that stuff's happening. So it's just, this group is starting to get tapped. They got what they got and they don't have that much more. And I think it's hard. It's hard for parents right now. And that's in a couple of budgets we tried to ameliorate some of these pay to plays, but they just kept getting blown away. I think you have to get through the storm right now, but I think there are other ways that the political bodies can act together, looking at the data points to offset certain impacts over time. So there's some possibilities there for the future. Right now, again, you tell me what to do and I do it. You can deficit spend a line. You'll notice that some of the lines that we deficit spent were kind of did that way or over now by a lot, some amount that we have to make up for. And so we're working to do that and we'll freeze the budget, but some of these things would be really big. So we have to be careful. I think we can do that, to 50,000 here and there, but hundreds of thousands would be difficult. So we just have to watch out, for that kind of thing so that you're not in a tough spot.
Well, and there's some sports that, we're not gonna have freshman teams for. So that 583 will be slightly less, because there won't be that sport.
I think it's great you're looking for ideas to try to make opportunities possible.
I would also be in favor of only having one teacher, head coach, or one stipend head coach per sport, and just require that, the others have to be, a parent volunteer in some way, shape, or form.
That a lot of our thinking.
Well, again, this is stipend and they're all percent. The other thing is supervision. The way that it usually works for us, just from a personnel point of view in an organization, is if you're paying their salary, they're more responsive. Volunteers are great people, but they also have a lot of other things going on and they're not your employees. So they don't owe you anything either. They may or may not, be able to show up every day, or, sometimes they're not your personnel. So if there's an issue, you have a little bit harder time enforcing certain rules. So it's just a lot of logistics. Again, every time, we have to make a compromise on certain things, there's going to be logistical things we have to do differently. But anyway, right now you're at a point where, you're coming up on 9, and I hate doing this.
But he's got to finish his questions and JP didn't finish their questions.
I'll just say, so you.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, to come back at you, Dr. Willett, the model is there. We've got 6 football coaches and only one of them is paid. You know, so the model to have reliable volunteers.
No, but there's, my stepfather used to coach for the high school. It's the head coach and I believe two assistants. So
Do they get paid?
correct. So he certainly did. So, you know, the head coach gets the five, you know.
Were they teachers?
No.
Okay.
So my stepfather was a sales architect for Verizon Wireless at the time, right? So, and then Scott Cady was the head coach at the time, and they received different. Not to cut you off, but I just wanted to clarify it for football specifically. I don't know any of the other sports. The head coach and maybe the two.
Well, I was told differently, but I could be wrong.
No,
I was just going by what I was told.
Clarify too, so there's a couple other things here. We do have certain sports where the person that has accepted the position chooses not to get paid and takes it as a volunteer. So that's gonna vary year to year and sport to sport. The other thing is that I believe I know this, and Dr. Wilt can confirm, but I think he's hinting at this. There's certain things like, say, cheerleading, where there legally has to be a certain amount of people at practices, and games, et cetera, because of safety. So I would assume the same would go for certain other sports, maybe football, other things. So the problem with having a volunteer, because I'm all for that, but what I understand the problem is that if that volunteer doesn't show up, you can't have practice or you can't have the game. There's no way to hold a volunteer accountable. And then if you don't get enough volunteers to say, we'll do it, now you can't even have the sport, or you've got to make special considerations and say, okay, this sport gets to hire somebody, but this sport doesn't. And then that sport's going to probably get to hire somebody who maybe has more experience than, Jen Galishant, who's going to never cheerleaded in her life, but is going to decide to volunteer to be a cheerleading coach. So although I completely understand what you're doing, I don't think it's that, because I want to do all of those things and I want to do them today, but the thing that we don't always realize is the business and the safety and the legalities that are driving some of those decisions that don't allow us to do those things.
I'm good.
Okay, JP, you have not had a shot yet. Would you like one?
Yeah, certainly. So in terms of the fundraising, I fully agree. I'd love to see the students doing more of that. And, but I would also agree that we would have to be okay with doing some of the deficit spending thing, right? Like for example, as I recall, Christmas season or holiday season is always a huge spike, right? You're selling the tins, there are those people who are happy to just write a check as a donation, but then there are those people who would rather feel like they're getting something for their donation, even if they're paying more than they would getting it off Amazon, right? It's a convenience. You're getting the tins of popcorn or whatever, candy bars and whatnot, right? That's all part of the thing. So I think that's one of those things we used to, back in my day, I got no problem. I would love to see more of that come back. But the question I had specifically, and I want to be careful, how I say this here, right? I see lines 11 and 12.
What tab, JP?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is the 4% tab. And so I don't want to specifically. So my question, I guess, is this. I'll put it broadly. One of the questions and concerns I had at the workshop and in hearing discussions of some of the people on the administrative side in let's just say broadly speaking, people in different areas working on curriculum types of issues, I felt like I was hearing some potential redundancy and overlap. And I'm curious specifically in the curriculum area, how much you might have looked at what the responsibilities of the different people are. I don't know if you want to speak a little bit to how many people you have covering curriculum development, and in general, and what their responsibilities are, and where we might have redundancy or other opportunities for streamlining. Is that fairly enough stated?
Yeah. Yes. Yep. We had a reorganization of curriculum back in October 2024, roughly. And these positions were were discussed with the board. Essentially, the current staff doing that job are doing massive jobs. So for instance, a curriculum administrator for STEM is doing all of the science departments, the tech ed departments, the math departments. They're doing much more than just math. And in ELA, it's a huge umbrella for ELA. ELA is, it's doing not only ELA, but ELL. It's called the Curriculum Administrator for Humanities here and Curriculum Administrator for STEM. So they're taking on all of the departments that fall under it. So humanities supervisor does the art, ELL, ELA, social studies, K-12 library media, reading support, music, world language. One of the districts I came from had people for each of these or combinations of them. Here, that person is overseeing all of those. And if you look at it the same way for STEM administrator does science, math, tech ed, math support, business ed, computer science, family consumer science. Like all those departments are under that one person. Whereas other districts I've been in, there's somebody for one of those each or combinations of those, but not one. And then curriculum directors, I did something a while back. We're one of the few districts. I mean, we have one, and so does almost every other district our size, plus someone else. So we are by no means overstaffed from a curriculum point of view, and the curriculum people are absolutely overwhelmed with the jobs they have. So there's really nothing that is redundant in these individuals. They're doing massive amounts of work. And we're farther along in curriculum than I think we have been in years. We have the teachers engaging at every level and very valuable on the CIA teams doing stage 1, 2, and 3 curriculum development under the UBD framework, understanding by design, connecting it to transfer goals, and all aiming towards the goals of the portrait of a graduate. And our tenets of the portrait of a graduate were highly well coordinated, highly organized, highly structured, and a great amount of that goes to the credit of these individuals. The district is going to be doing great on NIAS because of that. When you look at our structures, we'll make up for a lot of places where we're trying to build. So, if you take, if you look at it, there's been some, although the new members wouldn't know this, a lot of the middle level, stipends that teachers used to get are gone. And those people might have done some of the things. Now they're not there. So if anything, you've wiped out sort of your middle level support, and the people that are left doing it are doing even more. So I'd say that we've never been in our history a time that these types of positions have been more utilized and more overtaxed than they are now. So that's how I see it. So no, I don't see that there being anything that could be done there whatsoever. We are getting massive value of the people that are working for us, and it would be impossible to really do what they do otherwise.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. The other thing I asked, submitted a written question about actuals for prior years in addition to the budget numbers. And from that perspective, it can be helpful to be able to actually see not just what the budgeted amounts were in prior years, but then what the end of year roll up was for those as well. So I was curious if that's something that you have readily available or what your thoughts are there.
Yeah, I gave it to you in PQ 45.
I'm sorry?
I gave you what was passed at referendum in PQ 45.
No, in the budget, I think
And then I think we also had, there was the object code page on the superintendent's budget. That object code page does show actual for previous. And I think I tried, unless I accidentally deleted it. The last 5 years.
And right, point being that we have one that has actuals, but not that's the one that doesn't have the.
this is the actual.
Right, but it doesn't have the corresponding budget amount. Right. What I was looking for is when I see a line item breakdown, it's helpful to have what's the budget, what was and the actual, so that you can see right there for each line item what the delta is between, what the variance is between what was planned, right, versus what was actually spent. On the actual.
I thought you were asking about his proposed.
And then there was
So what I mean, so that historically in what I used to do anyway in my other life, right? That was one of the sort of primary indicators of where, you get to see year over year how you're actually performing relative to the budget plan, right? Which can provide a lot of useful information.
Yeah, your question came in today, so I kind of
Right.
did the VQ 45 and VQ 46. On one of those, I did have some information that
But Dr. Willett,
got pasted in, but
he be referred to the actual versus budget report that you report every month. And then we have the year end from last year in the FFC folder.
Yeah, that'll probably be what.
That'll tell you the actual.
yeah, the FFC would have that. Also, though, I did put something in here that I'm trying to find it that might be informative. And I thought I had pasted it in, but let me see if
I think in one tab you did have a summary of actuals at a higher level.
there was even one that the screen system.
Right. And I understand I'm not necessarily, you aren't necessarily going to have an answer on that tonight, but I'm curious. And if this is something that, maybe I can meet with you later, some other time to talk about or get a file, I'm perfectly willing to do that. But from the point of view of someone who's not as familiar with all these line items, that's a screening tool that would be very helpful to me personally.
Yeah, I part of that, I did give actuals for the last 4 or 5 years. I'm just trying to find where I'll put that. But I thought I had pasted it in there. But maybe when I was working on it today, I didn't. In any case, okay, here it is. Yeah. So just, I did for the last from 22 through 25, because the years prior to that were COVID years and they were kind of anomaly years.
Where are you looking now?
So you end a budget. I have this here and I thought I had pasted it in. So I'm going to look right now to see if, where I put that in there. I might have put it in, needs to take a minute. Let's see. I'm just going to grab something. It's going to take a sec here. Sorry. See there. So everything runs here super sweet. Okay.
Would this be under updates for the Board of Education?
But I thought I had put it into BQ 45 and 6, but I'm going to just try to do it quick to kind of copy paste this right here. One sec. Insert. Snipping tool. Okay.
And again, Jennifer, I don't want to take too much time if we have to move on. And I can, if we can follow up and you can email me something if you want, or however you want to handle it.
No, JP, others have taken time. We get to have your.
Yeah, so as much time as you want.
Well, let's not go too far, right?
More granola bars.
Don't put you in charge here.
Got a few more granola bars.
Zero more granola bars. Right, because you're granola bars.
No angry action.
$8 a bar.
Say, I think so.
It's just interesting.
Prices went up.
Yeah.
Scroll down. And you.
Okay, so here's at the bottom of BQ.
JP.
I just did something kind of quick, but at the bottom of BQ 46, these are the years, the most recent years that are not COVID years, because COVIDs are anomalies. The ARPAs and everything really screwed those.
Okay, which, where,
So if you look at BQ 36, scroll to the very bottom of the whole thing. The average percentage remaining is about 0.3% of the budget, and the average remaining balance
Last question.
is the average remaining balance is about 148,412. So this just real quick. I mean, this is a really quick. And then in FFC, I could go even deeper, but this gives you a taste of it. You know, these years that are not the COVID years, your average ending budget is 0.3% of the entire balance as an average, and the average remaining balance is 148. You've had years as low as 9,800 and years high as 335, and almost always it's going to be less than 1%. And that gives you just a basic, just idea of snapshot right now, excluding years like the COVID years and then the state budget crisis years where they were massively anomalous because of those problems.
right, right. But what I actually want to look at is where you have the line item breakdown in the appendix. That's actually where I'd like to see the actuals column as well, so that when I'm going by line item.
Yeah, I mean, I can show you guys anything you want. FFC is the best place to request and get that kind of stuff. I think that, but to give you an idea of actuals from the point of view of your end of year, that's what it looks like.
Gotcha.
You know, your aggregate look, which is what you're mostly making a decision on as a board, is that.
Yeah.
But in FFC, you know, we should add those things to the agenda, and you can look at the over-unders. They're going to be all over the place. You know, some things are going to show clear trend, like we're greatly overspent on legal because we didn't budget enough, and you know, you'll see where other things have bounced up. One other thing to note is that we don't make transfers. So the way we handle things here is you might maintain some in a budget, and you might overrun another budget and balance those two out, but you don't make transfers to balance one budget. Good. So you'll see some go, you know, into some negative, balanced out by something that's in the positives. So.
Yep. And then, I mean, that's what I expect, right?
Yeah. Well, some places transfer money to cover those negatives. And that's, you know, here it's been seen as disingenuous because that masks the amount you're actually spending.
Yeah, well, if they're in my opinion, transfers happening are okay too, as long as it's properly documented.
Yeah.
Right. That's when you have some kind of a budget transfer request form or whatever, so you have a paper trail. And either one works, right?
Right. I think here they've just seen it as more easy to not have to track down.
And I think that's the thing.
400 of those
You
documents.
can't just slush it around without having a documented process, right?
Right.
So if you don't have a documented process for traceability, then you don't do it, and you have to like balance out at the aggregate, which is what I think we do, which is fine.
You can go any which way you want. It's up to you guys. You can.
Well, I'm an FFC too, so I'm okay.
FFC is a good place to drill down on those things because you're talking like 100 lines and more.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay.
But here, just to give you a snapshot, that's kind of where you are. That's the last, those are the approved budgets, EOI remaining, the percentage of the budget remaining, EOI actuals for the last couple of years outside of the COVID.
Gotcha. That's cool. Thank you.
Okay, he was left here. Okay. All right, so I'm thinking that we should jump into trying to do what Dr. Willett suggested.
I know.
Could I let you ask a quick question? I let everybody ask a quick question, so as long as you want to that.
Good question.
I have no other quick question.
But I mean, are we here for?
We have a really long.
I'm just, you know, last meeting, I was told to push through something. Now I'm just giving everybody the option. That's all.
No, it is because tonight's the night, right? Like besides next time to where we're trying to get 98% done tonight. So I don't want to take much time with it. I just would like to ask this though. So, well, where are we at here? Hold on, tab. So appendix, A, all programs.
Which appendix?
Where are you?
From the budget, there's appendix, A, B, C, D, E, F.
Oh, you're not, are you in the budget book?
Oh,
now?
okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's the budget that's, accessible to the town.
Yeah, superintendent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Board of Education, 791, what does that exist of? And I saw the increase of 182% for 125K additional on that one particular line item. What is that line item involved?
Let me look at Appendix A, and this is a great question for the FAQ.
I know, I just called my eye late.
There's no
Just called
problem.
my eye late.
Right. No,
Think of what you led into that, Dr.
well, I was just saying, because I can extrapolate on stuff.
The last line, 791.
So let me,
The last one. It was originally 68, now all of a sudden,
Right, so hold on, give me,
192, 125K additional.
yeah, here, give me a minute, I'll, pull that up. It takes me a sec, though.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, of course. It's just, I apologize, because it'll be like, I wish I had.
I did put a bunch of other appendix
Music
questions in there.
Wish I could go.
I can sing.
Okay, so let's see, what's in 791? You have, student and community member recognition. Let's see. You have.
So high.
She was yawning, so don't start that now.
Yeah.
We're just waiting on information.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Read it, Baron.
Okay.
I think there's legal services, the dollar difference, a big part is going to be that we budgeted for BOE legal services, 40,000 in the fiscal year 26. And we've gone up to about 80,000, about 79,000. So the dollar difference.
That's 40K, that's about 25.
40,000. It's one of them. 791. Tax not that much. Renting and binding is about the same. BOE conference travel. We budgeted 0. We went up to 1,000. Some people go to the Cave conference, and that's typically what we budgeted in the past. Public affairs and state trooper. We pay for the trooper, when they come and do things like graduation. I think that's part of 791. And that we went up from 10 to 14.5, another 4,100. Because their costs went up. 791 also has the resource officer in it. School resource officer was 0, and I was 81,000. It's a board.
So that's the,
791
security we're looking for potentially.
resource, it's your SRO.
All right, so that's in slide
That's where that
791.
nested was.
Okay, I did just, that increase just took me by surprise.
Yeah, well, and when we were 0 this year for that position. So that's a big chunk.
Yeah, so, okay, that's fine.
I can go through like any other main, but those are the biggie chunks.
Yeah, no, that makes 98% of the line item. And just one more quick, the superintendent's office, I saw you have requested another almost 18,000 for your office. Was there additional staff or
I think
it's a
you have that
41% increase?
just off the top of my head and without the code, and I don't have the code.
755.
All right, hold on. That's probably so part of it is that teacher appreciation day, food concessions went up by about 5,000. Supplies and materials went up.
5,000?
No, 500.
500.
Supplies and materials went up by about 1,700 because it was underfunded before.
Okay.
83 to 10. There's computer supplies that We had underfunded, and so these machines and the copier stuff and the printers and everything in the main office, it's about $2,000. It went from 3 to 5. And the normal expense was more than what we put it at, because we cut all these lines pretty low last year.
Yes, I understand.
There's some contractual things that I didn't take last year. There's an agreement thing,
Okay,
periodical things like that. And
Okay.
they were put back.
okay.
But like, I also would get trained, I can get tuition reimbursement that I didn't take.
I thought I saw because I had asked that in the Q&A. I thought that was on that line.
It's in whatever that was, but that's another superintendent thing, not necessarily
Oh, groups of 2 different places.
Yeah, but that goes into periodicals and professional books, which is $750. There's a couple lines that cover it. $755 is also books and materials. So
Yes.
for instance, we have a grading committee this year, the district grading committee, and we bought books for the people on the committee so that they could read the research about the grading practices and that type of thing. So that went, that's also $750 of that line.
Do you see any like $5, $8, $10,000? Because all those
It's just a bunch. There's like 13 more examples, so there's just little things here and there. Another one would be for some supplies. Okay, one of the other bigger chunks maybe is hardships. We're having trouble funding, all the FRL stuff, and that we had underdone that in the past, and I also had more donations and grants, and I don't have that anymore. So if you look at
That's in that line.
there's 755, there's
Right through your office.
755, 20, 755, 30, 755, 40. These are hardship accounts,
Okay,
and those are for kids who,
that makes more sense. Yeah, I just looking. It was a large chunk. I mean, it's one thing.
these are all, there's lines in there, and so this is like the 7th or 8th example of stuff, but that would be the hardship accounts, those 4 lines. There's a couple of thousand, a couple more thousand there. There is dues and fees we didn't run last year. That's out of 755. Putting that back. Those are all the dues and fees of Caps Cave, all that stuff.
Yeah, no, I got you. Thank you.
And then there's
I'm good. I'm good.
okay,
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm good. And then just
curriculum workshop.
the 710 line, school administration principal's office. Is that all of the principal offices throughout the district?
Yeah, what we did is we, how
That was 32K.
roughly. There's a lot of things in 710. So I pulled
Yeah,
that.
no, I don't need you to list them. I just
But I
was
will
asking
say-
if that's for all 4 buildings.
Yeah, his principal's office lines are in all 4 buildings. Yeah, and they also, we're talking like the office supplies and so on. We're trying to, in the past, you've heard people say about the teachers having to buy their own stuff, and they come down and there's no batteries or no whatever, or no this, that. We're trying to provide all the supplies they need in the office supply vaults. So that they go down there, and if somebody needs 24 batteries for their TI 99 4A or whatever calculators, they can get them. Whereas, sometimes that's been harder. So
Okay.
they're funding the principal's office as the main area to go get your supplies.
So that's for that line item.
That's part of that. I think if you're talking the line, principal's office and supplies.
Yeah, 710. Okay.
There's about 40 references to 710, so I would have to go
Alright.
through every one of them, but
No, that's fine. All right, thank you. Thanks, Jen. That's all you.
Did anyone else have a quick question? Did you say you had a,
Wasn't a quick one.
That's
Not a
not a
quick-
long one.
does anyone have a quick
I
question?
have one real quick.
Go for it.
Dr. Willett, when it comes to stipends and for co-op schools, who covers that actual stipend? Is it the whole school?
when you say co-op, what do you mean?
You talking about sports?
So
Yeah, for sports, I'm sorry.
co-ops
Oh, no.
get paid by the
The
participant,
parents,
everything.
most of it. Although we have tried in the past, the board did set aside like 10 grand to try to offset some of the impact, but it's vast majority by parents.
We ended up having to
Vast majority.
reduce that.
I'm
was-
talking about the coaches. Did I say?
Yep. Hold on, let me explain. So in the co-op sports, so we had money set aside to help with the co-op program.
Okay.
That ended up getting reduced last year out of the budget. So we helped zero with our co-op sports like gymnastics and swimming and ice hockey. And now that 100% is on the parents. So that's probably in the neighborhood of $2,000, 2,500
Okay.
for those sports for the co-op.
Hockey is very expensive.
Yeah.
So
That's it. Those are quick small questions.
Is that a co-op sport or no? Is that
So
snowboarding? Because I know we have a snowboard.
it's a club, it's a ski club.
Oh, ski, there it is. Thank you.
So all the quick questions are done. Dana's got a long question.
Is that really?
It's not really long.
Okay.
So Bill asked a question about, I was longer than the short ones. Bill asked a question about the coaches' stipends. I just want some clarity. So you said it's between 25 and 35. Did I understand that right?
No, I mean, I'm just rough ballpark.
Ballpark. Okay, so now if I'm hired from the outside, is that a similar salary paid to that? Okay, I just want clarification on that. Also with the budget, with the sports and the fundraising, similar to Jaden's questions with the bus and the transportation, I appreciate the creativity. With all due respect, I do think that a lot of our families do a ton of fundraising, and I'll compare it to, like Dr. Willett said, we're kind of going through the same pool. Yeah, my dad used to bring my Girl Scout sign up to his night crew and have them all. I mean, those night crew guys really bought on my Girl Scout crew, right? So, but now today I have probably 15 plus Girl Scouts that I know that whatever, they're knocking on my door, they're calling me, they're texting, or what they're posting on Facebook. If I bought cookies from all these Girl Scouts, I probably wouldn't be sitting in my chair right now because I hate too many cookies. So I know I'm making light of it, but I think we need to think about what we're asking about. We had, correct me if I'm wrong, Jen, when you were on PTO, Tupto, was it 20,000 or 40,000 you donated to the schools for our Chromebooks? 20,000, I think. It was a lot of money from our Tupto or PTO, right? From fundraising.
It was a lot.
Who was by far our Tupto and our PTO and our TMS and our boosters are by far the best PTO and Tuptos and parent-teacher organizations that I've seen in my lifetime. So again, we have our tennis club, who a lot of those families are doing a lot of fundraising. The gymnastics team does it all on that, right? So we talk about budgeting to make sure that we have an equal and equitable education for all of our students. So not everybody has the deep pockets. Not everybody has the deep family. Not everybody can continue to go to the 15,000, 16,000 community members we have for the fundraising. Although, yes, we need to utilize it as a tool to help. It's almost like you get your bonus every year if you get a bonus, right? You don't count on it, but cool, it's a bonus. Now, do I think we should be getting the pink swag and the hat swag and the blah, blah? Maybe we could utilize some of our fundraising in a different capacity to help support different things. I like the pink shirts, but anyways, write it down. But my point is, we're supposed to be funding our school systems properly. Now, our town council member that's been sitting here listening diligently, and I hope we're still online, but we can't be funding our town.
He's on.
And we can't be funding our school system based on fundraisers. So with that being said, this beyond us in the room. This goes to planning and zoning, and this goes to our town council about how to find other revenue to offset the tax, I don't want to say burden, the tax burden on our families and on our residents and on our seniors and on our people that are just moving to Tolland. So again, we can't, and again, some of us are here for 4 years, some of us are here for 2 years, some of us, won't be here after 2 years. We have to make sure that we can continue to fund a budget that we can sustain. So again, I want us, these fundraising ideas and these volunteers, phenomenal. Because yeah, we can use that for the extra, but we're here to do baseline for our activities. And Jen said something about preparing our students for the next level, whether it be trade school, whether it be going to the military, whether it be going to college, right? We need to make sure that our students are competitive with that capacity, and whether that be you ask any of these students that are filling out college applications or any of these applications, co-curriculars, extracurriculars, and sports. Our student reps sat there and told us, last year, student reps sat there and told us that if they don't have those, they're not getting in the schools aid. So again, when we go to the next round that we're going to be talking about, I want us to be cognizant of those topics. Again, the fundraising, phenomenal, and the volunteers, phenomenal, but that's the extra. And as far as like, I know, for instance, I had a student athlete that was interested in doing cross country. There was only, and I'm not going to say the right thing, there was 2 coaches and they needed 3 to get, if they were to get to a certain number, like let's say they were going to have 60 students or 80 students, they needed to have 3 coaches. And it's not just coaches to observe and to be supervised, it's coaches to lead, develop, encourage, be role models in another capacity to our students. So these aren't just a body. These are people that need to really cultivate that. So I don't know, I did some round numbers. The sports is about 0.3% of our budget. We really need to start thinking about where we're going to make decisions. And I know that's where you're going. But again, I just want to reiterate what we're talking about there. Couple things on some of the 4%, 5%, and 7%. We had, so you talked about the curriculum team in where there might be some redundancy or what have you. When we were in the rounds, they all told us that they needed the ABIS for Birch Grove. These are ads, right? They needed it to help with curriculum and that support, the ABIS. And then they also wanted the MTSS coordinator in the schools. It was an ad request because they needed the boots on the ground to execute the curriculum and that development. So understand these are ads, which leads me to the point where they need that support to be helping with those students. So, and then I would also be cognizant of anything that legally we're responsible to provide. Understand that. So there's a few things in some of these, and I don't know how to talk about it, Dr. Will, but we can't put some things that we're legally required to have on the reduction list.
Right, anything legally required, right,
Well,
right.
you know what? I'll just email that separately. My question.
Sure, of course.
Stop what I'm saying in there. Okay.
I just want to make one correction.
Talking about it.
You said sports was 0.3% of our budget. It's actually over 1% of our budget.
Saying the part that what you're talking about. Sorry, I was talking about the parts that you're talking about. Fundraising is probably
Gotcha.
0.3 of that.
Okay.
So my apologies for misspoken.
Gotcha.
I also, when I mentioned the range of coach salaries, 3 to 5 is like your beginner, they go up to 10,000.
What is that?
Yeah,
What is?
like football coach, for instance, assistant coach is like 10.
Sorry. That must have changed recently.
Boys baseball, for instance, boys baseball freshman coach is 3,176. Just to give you some of the ideas here.
That must have just been
Boys, coach boys soccer JV is 4,000. Tennis varsity 6,000. It all depends on.
Can we get the schedule of salaries for the stipends on the FCFC roll up?
It's in the.
Yeah, I could read them all to you now, but they do range from the low end of 3. But you also have to look at when you get to be 5 years, there's a stair, longevity has the benefit. You keep coming back.
What makes them different? Why is it a football?
It's usually the intensity, the amount of time. So, there's some sports that are not as involved. Football is extremely involved. So it's that kind of thing.
That's
All right, are we ready?
Yes, please.
Okay. I don't know if you have.
Stretch break, Joe Biden.
Okay,
It's up to you. I don't care.
that's a great suggestion. Thank you, Dr. Willett. We're going to take a 5-minute recess. We will be back at 9:35. All right, we are back. Sorry, we were an additional 2 minutes. Okay, so.
So would you like to, the reason I mentioned 4
Yeah,
is it has the most.
I understand it. It makes you.
And my fear is if we bounce around among the tabs, that we might duplicate something inadvertently. So if you want, you could move literally from row to row and just yep or no, yep or no. And then at the end, we see where we're at.
Can I just ask one more thing? You know, last year when we did this, we had a list that was like this, right? We had a document that was really, 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 really long. Is that because all that stuff is gone?
Well, that list was from the end of the process last time.
Okay, yeah.
You haven't even, you are at the beginning of the process.
Okay, all right.
You know?
So you're saving it.
I'm just saying, you're at the precipice or the base.
All right, so best thing I can think for this, and Dr. Willett, maybe you can take us down line item by line item so
So
that I can pay attention, is maybe I'll just ask for a show of hands. If people want to keep it in the reduction list.
so if you can you see my highlight when I do this?
Are you in the,
How about this?
Which category you want?
So if you look at, look at the 4% tab
yes,
and watch, I mean, this is a little, if I, it's gonna be a little. How to do this?
Oh, see,
I see you over there.
You see if I highlight row 6?
yeah, we
Yep,
No.
see you clicking around.
he's all the way on the left under
Yep.
number 6.
Yeah, if I highlight row 6, let me just see if I can make.
Is it because of the screen, the dark screen?
Nope.
No?
I'm highlighted.
Let me make it more obvious.
Yeah.
Probably just a lag.
It's not highlighted.
So if I do this, you can see it, right?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so why don't we do this? Although you have to give me a minute if it takes a sec.
Yeah.
I'll highlight the row.
Yeah.
You go around and you just say yes or no. And if you get enough yeses, we put it on the customize tab.
Hey guys, I need you to understand the instructions. Okay, what are the?
He's gonna highlight and he's gonna go around, and if we get enough
Yes or no?
yeses, we're gonna keep it.
Okay, so let's
Or
see where the yeses are. The yeses are that we want to keep it as a reduction.
Well, here, let's just, yeah.
Keep it as a
If you're
reduction.
voting, yeah, if you're not voting, but if you're saying yes, you're yes for reduce it. Let's make it really clear. Yes to reduce, no.
Okay.
No,
No is more or less you want to keep it.
no is keep, yes is take, even though I know you don't want to, you do not want to reduce it, but every yes goes to the custom tab. And then you can watch the percentage go from the superintendent's budget 99 down as I load the yeses. But if we go row to row, there's less chance that there'd be an accidental duplicate.
Yep, yeah, okay. Okay, so, I guess I'll just,
Right now, you're looking at row 6 cells starting high through, L, that highlighted.
yep,
So your vote?
no. I'm looking around and make sure that nobody looks confused right now. Okay, so for row 6,
Reduce.
put your hand up if yes to reduce.
Put my hand up.
Yes to keep it as a reduction.
You have everyone in person, right? So you're
We
strong.
have everybody in person.
Yes.
Or,
All right. Yes.
okay.
It's
Well, not, how many, we have 8 of us, so long as we get the 5, then.
Yep.
That's it.
Yep. Okay.
So now, just so you see what I'm doing, you go to the customize tab and I plop it in. If you click over to the customize tab, notice that the reduction amount went 35,521 and the 9.9 went to 9.8. And that's,
Okay.
so going back to the 4, the next one would be
9-7. Okay, who's a yes? Okay, we have 5.
I'm sorry, which one was that?
Line 7.
Line 7.
I'm sorry, Lisa, this is gonna be hard for you.
I'm trying.
Yeah, no, feel free to.
I'm gonna do a
so then we're going with a simple majority.
As long as we get 5.
Right, what else would we do?
I'll try to do this right here.
And we want to try to start with ones that we're unanimous on and then come back for discussion.
That's a possibility too.
I say no, but if there, and let's get through the end, and if there's something that somebody really wants to go back to and make a case for, then we go back. and-
Yeah, we'll just write it.
I like that.
Discussion. Yeah,
That's
that's a
good.
discussion.
I'll write it down.
Okay, all right, so now we're on 8.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Nine.
Hold on.
Okay. I'll wait until I see your highlight going. Okay.
Just helps me not make a clear. Okay.
9. Everybody looking at line 9?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a no.
Okay.
Line 10. Okay, that's a yes. Eleven. Yes. Well. Yes. Thirteen. Yes.
I'm probably with the acronym on the next line. maybe.
I know, I'm having trouble with that too.
Can you type it in the screen?
Yeah, could somebody type it on the screen or whisper it?
Screen looks good.
Type it in H.
And
Yeah,
he can
whatever.
take it into here for us.
Oh,
Can you specify, Dr. Willett? Because the acronym isn't going to be enough for me. Can you specify what that is?
You wrote it down.
No, it's not enough for me. Class?
I think he's doing it. It's just a delay.
No.
No.
well, there's something written now
Yeah,
further.
that's not enough.
Detail.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, it's just really slow delay.
no.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
It's the entire program that would be gone.
Well, what else? I mean, I don't know what the program was. Is it? No. Oh, okay.
All right, are we good? So you can highlight that line again, Dr. Willett, when you're ready. Thank you. Okay, so vote on that. The vote, any yeses? Okay, that's a no.
Okay.
$15 million. That's a no.
Is this again the whole program?
Yes.
What it says, yeah. I'm sorry. Isn't it showing us with 15? It's a no.
No, 15 we're on right now.
15. Oh. There were no hands.
Oh.
Okay. 16. Oh, I'll wait for you. I'm sorry.
No, just making sure we're going
Yeah.
forward.
We've got 2 lines highlighted, but 16. Do you want to ask a question?
Yeah.
You could write in there.
As this was just curious how this kind of would affect this area.
Very, very bad.
Excuse me?
We have a very big impact.
I couldn't, yeah, because these are 16 and 17 the
And
same.
if you're gonna do 16, you have to almost do them both because it affects the balance.
It affects the balance, yes. So if you want, if it's not even,
So some things we talked about last year, right?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Well, I don't really know too much about that.
Yeah, you're not there yet.
I'm just saying, like, I don't know how to make a decision on that.
I know.
Deeply impact.
Deeply into all, I think a lot of this stuff.
It would change change the structure to like a previous years.
But, yeah.
Like,
But more like never before.
Oh, okay,
okay,
all right.
it would take away.
You know what he's on?
Yeah.
Okay. You know, she's like,
Yeah. And, what's the gentleman or? Unless I'm just gonna get outvoted, I mean, I don't know. So I'm not trying to get things, I just don't.
I understand. They, you know, they want to be like they were still.
Yeah. Thank you.
Just want to make sure. No, I got your sense.
Yeah, that's.
No, that's really the logical.
As opposed to
Yeah.
two tiers.
So you only have to vote for those that have that.
Even though last year I wasn't sitting here, I was at home.
And it also means that, I know, and you read this stuff.
So Yeah.
Not factor.
I was sitting over there. You did?
Okay.
All right.
oh, can I just say out loud for the people online, the reason why some of the things, we're just trying to be discreet about conversation, that's all.
Yeah, as we stated at the beginning of the meeting, we're trying not to be specific when we're discussing positions because this is not a final budget. And we are trying to be respectful of our staff. Just want to consider that.
It's all for-
Right.
You'll know.
Okay, 16.
Yeah, there's 16 and 17 are almost together.
Yeah. 16, 17. Okay, that's enough.
I'm just gonna abstain from it, to be honest with you. Don't really have.
Still no.
Sorry. Thanks, Jen. Give me that when he's down. That's my problem, yeah.
Moving on to 18.
Yeah.
Okay, let me just.
So I'm just gonna caveat this. I intend to, this is part of what I intend for us to ask the town council to help us with, because we can, because it can be considered capital. So 18. Oh, so yes.
No, you want,
I was gonna ask you.
Just want to leave it in.
you want it in the
Yeah.
budget.
No, it's a reduction. I don't want it to be a reduction anymore.
So you're a no.
That's great.
So you're a no.
Then you're a no.
Yeah.
Have you been voting backwards?
No, I don't think so.
So
It's a legit question.
are we asking for 18?
Yeah, oh, sorry. I thought I was supposed to say, okay, 8.
So we're voting no because we're gonna keep it in, but we're gonna ask the council.
So no, we're not, listen, you can't say we're voting no. If you want to keep it in as a reduction, you vote yes.
Right.
If you want to take it out and leave it in the operating budget, you say no. The anticipation that Jen is going to try and do is get town council to pay for it through a capital expenditure in whatever manner they're going to do it. So if you're on board with that, then you want to keep it in the budget,
So
not
we
keep
can-
it in the
So we
reductions.
can answer that.
But if they say no,
Then it's in our budget.
then it's in our budget.
But we come back, yeah. If they don't give us an entire percent, which has never happened in the time. Okay, so 18. That's enough.
And that's just a bet on you.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's all it is.
No, all right, you're
I'm willing to take it. I can't wait for social media. Okay.
Someone talk about what this is.
So basically, remember Transportation Club, AGP?
Yeah.
It's getting SAT support.
Like the
The
SATs.
testing, we give them classes right now. They are free. Here's
What is the counseling aspect of that?
counseling is just, there's extra duty for kids in need. There's people that help with scheduling. That type of thing.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. No, we didn't.
No, we haven't.
So 19. So that's a no. Right?
Four.
Was it a tie with?
Yeah, it was a tie.
But Brian already said that 5 got it. So. By your rule, we can come back.
No.
I think we could probably revisit that discussion.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Well, it just might, yeah.
You can also see the running total on the custom town.
Yep, that's what we just, no.
This is a new one.
Okay, I'm sorry, my screen has gone like this, so that's why I'm looking at this.
You might have to vote to go past 10.
19.
I'd like to motion we go past 10.
So moved.
Second,
But yes to 19.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, that passes. Yes.
19. Like, were you a no?
19.
Okay, so no, so 20,
We tied.
Right, but
it's a no for now.
for purposes.
No,
Are we listing the votes or okay, we're just listing the outcome?
I think so.
I think,
Okay.
I think that'd be.
No match up your outcome.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
And by next week, it's all in a booklet, so.
Right,
Oh.
okay, so 20,
Transport, what is this transport of?
This is just an adjustment to, you take a little bit of a risk, but that conversation we had last week, it puts it back down right to next to the trend.
it's the actual line, it's the budget line.
Yeah,
It's an adjustment of the line downward.
I
So,
got you, thanks.
so that was a yes, then, so we didn't change it up. Okay, so that's a yes.
Understood.
I know, yeah.
One.
21?
I asked the question.
Yes.
If we voted yes on 21, could we also vote to deficit fund line plus that?
Well, that wouldn't be the full year 26 model.
Yeah, if you're going in the 26 model, what you're doing is you're basically
Doing it how we're doing it right now.
exactly how you're doing it this year.
Where people prepay and
Is that put in the budget?
it can go into action.
I restored it in my budget. You're taking that back out and you're putting it back to this year's model.
That's great.
I'm saying, can we deficit fund it?
You could deficit fund anything, but it's very, very risky. You're assuming, you're just assuming risk.
you're saying, sorry,
No, go ahead. No, you go.
you're saying deficit fund, but still have the elevated pay to participate costs that we raised up to this year.
Yeah, what I'm saying is,
So we don't have to wait until stipends are covered to start the program.
I mean, I
I
could.
think we've done some of that anyway, a little bit, haven't we?
So here's the thing. I understand the desire to do it. So if I could walk into the grocery store and just eat my cake and I don't have to pay for the cake till later, I might not pay you for the cake later.
Right.
I mean, I would, because, hey, I like cake and paying for cake, but humanity sometimes, you get the cake or you pay.
No more free rides.
The rest of the world, same thing, though. The rest of the,
People don't pay for the
the
cake.
pressures of the world bring in, everything on us, and then maybe we don't pay that one because you're going to have to pay the tax bill and you're going to have to pay everything else. But that bill you don't have to pay because what's going to happen to you? So then a certain percentage of them don't, and now you don't have that money.
Also, just for, you did say that you would amend the structure a little bit this year too, and that at the end of this school year, you would reach out for.
Yeah, what I would do
start
is
looking forward.
try to get-
And some clubs likely would start earlier because they would be funded by the beginning of the
So
school.
we're trying to get registration started in June,
Right.
which, by the way, is one of our busiest times because of graduation and all that. But we would try, and then also there'll be online payments.
Yeah,
People
And I
can pay
think that-
online, which might help out a lot. Because
Yeah.
when we had to do it the way, because we have to track it very carefully. But if we can get more online, that's easy because it's already paid and there's no collection point from that.
I'm
We
just
don't have to collect those funds.
struggling with the decision that we deficit fund sports and that we prioritize those starting at the beginning of the school year or even earlier and not clubs. So we're saying that we think it's more important that kids go to their sports than they go to their clubs.
Brian had his hand up too. Are you talking about this?
Well,
Jaden?
Yeah, I was just curious why if we're going to an online model, which we should have years ago, why we're so behind the times, and why we're not having them pay when they sign up. Like, if I go sign up for anything for my kid, whether it's at Star Hill or another travel tournament I'm taking to, for private activities, usually when you sign up, you sign up, yeah, great, and then there's a checkout page. And you pay your fee, and all right, boom, Billy Joe's in XYZ club.
that's what we're doing this coming year.
All right, great.
I mean, not everybody will pay that way though, because some people don't like to pay that way, but for those who do like to pay that way, they'll be able to. There's a fee for it, I think, $2.95 or so.
Yeah.
Jaden, you were.
So just to that point, and Dr. Willett, am I accurate in because the sports are part of a league and are part of, I'm assuming there's league fees and all these different things. I don't know that for certain, but there's football, for example, starts practicing in August.
Yes.
And their first game starts, or maybe end of July or whatever it is. Their games have to start by this point. And so if their teams don't collect the funds, we've now lost an entire team to go compete, and I say we've lost. The kids have now lost every single one. They can't half play. You can't play a varsity sport with a bunch of freshman players. That's a extreme health and safety risk. And so I feel like part of the answer to why would we do it for the sports but not the clubs, coming from a club person, trust me, it might have to do with a little bit with scheduling and trying to make sure the games and the seasons can begin. Because if you don't start the season, and you don't get the same amount of games as other schools, you can't qualify for whether it's the playoffs, the other things.
One step. You can start, if you don't have all the funds for DECA DECA's probably not the right one to use. If you don't have all the funds for botany, you can start botany in October, November, December, January, February. If you don't have the funds for football, you don't play football that
What
year.
about DECA though?
Well, DECA just is an interesting one because of their structure, but they also, trust me, DECA is not a concern because there's so many members that they pay then some for it. So, but DECA would still be able to run, but in DECA's case, DECA may not be able to have all of their competitions or qualify for all of their competitions, but they would still be able to run. Those kids would just miss out on some of it. If you can't start football in August, you don't have football that season. So I think that's a little bit of.
But to be clear, I'm not advising, and I'm actually advising against deficit funding these. Like if you were saying, let's fund sports and clubs, your deficit's funding $600,000. That's not a good idea. I don't mean that you have bad ideas. I just would advise against that. Would not deficit fund $600,000.
So we're currently deficit funding sports.
No.
No, you're pay to play on sports. The board budget typically funds about $583,000 of it. And then the rest of it's shored up through pay to play. You offset the cost with pay to play. You don't, you do count on parents paying, you're right.
Yeah.
To that point, you do count on the parents paying. And those, most of them do.
You count on the parents paying more money than they need to pay to make club fund.
You do count on that, yes. Now, but if you were to not fund these in their entirety, the parents would be, 1,000 or more for sports.
Yeah.
And that type.
Yeah, but the portion of what the parents pay on sports is more than the value of the clubs is all.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, that is true.
I don't disagree with the principle. Trying to state. I don't. And we can come back. So let's first take a vote on this as it stands, which would not be deficit spending. It would be the full year 26 model. However, with the caveats that model will be improved this year so that we can start sports or clubs earlier. So
line 21.
We're going to
Keep it in the reduction is a yes. Take it out of reduction.
You're making clubs like.
closer. I don't want the closer.
So
Thank
keep
you,
it in.
Hannah.
1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that doesn't pass. That's a no.
So. Right.
Can you clarify what this was?
This will all also be included in what I'm asking the town council to cover in capital,
Okay.
as it should be in capital.
Okay. So if we trust your marketing ability.
Yes, but you can still
Convincing
what the line is.
rhetoric.
I'm just giving you that extra too.
No, I appreciate, that is very helpful.
Yep.
Because I don't know necessarily exactly.
But it-
what all those are.
But if you want, I mean, Dr. Willett, you could give a brief explanation of what that actually
It's
is.
all Chromebooks, all laptops.
It's all, okay, that's all right.
That would be fun to know.
Okay, so 22. Okay, so that's a no.
I would advise against this one. It's in here because this is the 4%, but
Okay.
I would, this is literally every backbone.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how are you gonna even operate?
I would advise against it. It's just
Yeah.
that you asked me to get to a low number without reducing staff and so I would advise again, I don't like any of these, but this
Yeah.
would operationally, that's a big problem.
All right, so let's still take the vote. Anybody? Question?
Maybe a comment or something?
Sure.
Is it I mean, I know we're funding other things that we're running outside of the tax dollars. Is it possible to, whatever classes these are, to, like, the bridge is $15 a student for whatever grade, it doesn't say here, for the math textbook, that it's possible to charge, like, you know, you gotta call, you pay for the textbook if you need for the class. Is it, like, I understand the instructional supplies of the teachers, I'm not looking at that to run the class, but the actual, like, workbooks that people are utilizing, $15 a student,
But generally under FAPE, free and
under what?
free and appropriate access to public education. We're not supposed to charge for textbooks and stuff like that. Public. We can charge for certain things, like an AP course is an exception, but we're not supposed to charge for your exercise book or your walk book, things like that. It's just when you get a public education, you're supposed to be able to come.
I was just curious, I don't know. Okay.
And I'm not saying it's a bad question. I'm just saying that that's why this isn't a great. Either everyone gets it or no one gets it.
Yeah.
Is pretty much how it goes. Because if you're funding it, we're supposed to fund it for everyone.
Right. Okay, go ahead.
So,
Oh, I'm sorry,
Well,
I'm done.
just off of his comment, so how does that work then if we're funding for computers if certain grades are getting them and others are not?
Well, the way that that's set up is if that line goes, none of them are getting them. I mean, none of them are getting, the replacement cycle ends. And as you know, for technology, if you cut off the replacement cycle, you end, basically that paradigm ends. Now it's going to be trying to push it back into a CART paradigm.
But I guess, but from what I recall earlier, correct me if I'm wrong, Bill, but wasn't your discussion about keeping more or less the middle school and the high school with their own personal one-to-one and then reducing the other half of the grades, K through 6 with zero computers?
So I think what you're asking is, I think what he's saying is, are computers handled differently than textbooks,
Well, I mean,
Amazing.
but if you're doing nothing 0 to 6, but you're going to do 7 to 12, you're still following the same paradigm roughly of the grade gets it.
right, where you were
About
talking
the what?
about like the class.
The grade gets it.
Right.
Oh,
The
Like
textbook-
you can't necessarily go, well, you're going to get one, you have to pay, you're going to get one, you have to pay, you're going to get.
but I'm saying, why can't we charge everyone in 6th grade for the math textbook, the entire 6th grade, charge them for the book then?
Because some people may not have the funds to pay for their kids' textbooks. And in a public education, you're supposed to have the expectation you can send your child to school. I never had to pay for my kids' social studies books. It's never expectation that I pay for their social studies, their math. That is a public education.
No,
It's part of like the teachers in front of you and the books there, and that's part of a free and appropriate public education. That's why,
Yeah.
but,
No, I don't, maybe I'm being confused. What I'm saying is if we're saying that half of our student population can get a computer, half cannot, right? But then we're saying that everyone though can get a book, we can't isolate. But it seems like that we're isolating in the fact of the computer in this day and age, and we've all said that we use technology, as part of even the motto of our schools, like using the technology to move forward into the next generation of learners.
Right.
How is that different? I guess it's more or less what I'm
you're
trying to
asking,
get.
how's a Chromebook different than a book?
Yes.
So you have not, you did not take out you did not cut that here. So
Still
you are
add,
giving
still
everybody
add,
one.
but we didn't.
You didn't reduce that.
I think.
So you're not doing that.
I think what,
If you
you're
were,
asking why we can't charge someone $15 for a book, but we.
But we
we're not
remove a
charging for
computer.
Chromebook.
Yeah, but we
That's
remove a
what I'm asking.
computer.
You can
So does that
remove,
make sense?
you can remove the workbook, but you can't ask them to pay for the workbook.
Right, so for a computer, if we take away computers, they still need something to do. So they're gonna need, then we have to go back to textbooks and
but
work.
in it, you're asking,
We're not talking
why is a computer different?
Taking back
than text?
textbooks, taking away textbooks and workbooks. I know that's not what you're stating, but what he's stating is that will lead to some people not being able to pay that amount. So then now you're not offering them a computer and you're not offering them a textbook. You know what I mean? Like, does that part make sense?
Yeah.
You can either offer
Like we
that,
have to give them an education and we have to give them the materials for an education. So if we take away a textbook, then we have to pay for an online service. So obviously if we have a textbook, we're not paying for it online. If we take away the computer, we still have to provide the textbook. In these cases, if there's textbooks, it means it's not on the computer. So we have to give them a textbook.
Are the people in the high school getting textbooks or zero?
No,
Oh, they get
it's a combination. It depends.
So that's what, so.
But a lot of it's
it comes
online.
back to this example here,
I
that
mean,
providing the high school, I feel like sometimes, I'll drop this, but I really sense sometimes the high school is put above the rest of the school system. And I hate to say that, but sitting here for the 2+ years, I really feel that way. That the high school is put above the other grades, whether it's a kindergarten kid or a kid who's in 6th grade. And sitting here for that 2+ years, that's the way that I feel.
Respectfully, I disagree.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
Excuse me?
Respectfully, I disagree.
Okay, point of order. I have the floor. Thank you.
Go ahead, I'll move on, like I said.
I don't understand that in this scenario, because when my children were in TIS and God, I don't remember Birchgrove, but when they were in TIS and they were in middle school, they had Chromebooks and they had textbooks where appropriate. And now one of them is in high school and he has a laptop and a textbook where appropriate. So I hate that you feel that way, but I don't understand how that applies to this particular scenario.
Because what I'm saying is,
I think
if we're saying that high school people are getting textbooks and full one-on-one computers, yet we're saying that we're gonna provide them with a textbook at $15 the cost of the taxpayer, but then there was discussion about removing the computers. How is that equal treatment?
we didn't remove it.
I think
There was discussion about it.
you're correlating some and we're actually talking about them separately. So
All
again,
right.
back to what I said, we can't take away the textbook when we don't have a service in the computer. So that's the difference here.
The other thing is this question you're asking is actually really nuanced. So we could try to answer it here. It's just gonna slow you down.
That's, I said move on 3 times already.
What I'm gonna say just in the basic terms is traditionally and historically, textbooks are looked at as different than computers, just because generally it's been felt that a teacher without a text can't do that class. So in American education, if you're in a social studies class, like we all were, you usually get your composition book, you get your social studies book. And then came the technology. The technology sits in a middle space, because as the tech kind of takes over and there's more multimedia content and there's no more books in science that where there used to be and all that, eventually these laptops, these computers are becoming like the text, but they haven't fully arrived at that space yet. in this district and in many others, you have a one-to-one initiative. So you're giving one computer to every kid. So while we're doing that, we have an obligation to make sure even the poorest of kids has it. But if you stop the one-to-one initiative, we're back to making sure somebody has access to a lab or a cart. They're not all going to have one-to-one. It takes a certain amount of money to spend to have it one-to-one and another amount to have carts or labs. So if you go back to the carts and labs, you're not guaranteeing one-to-one for a kid, but you'd still have to probably give them a textbook and a social studies class. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. No, my thing was, and I'll drop it at this, but the discussion earlier was removing it for part of the school system and keeping it one, everyone gets a $400 laptop for the other half of the school district. That's what I was referring to in this, so.
So he's asking, and I think his point is, can we, and it's a follow-up of my question, can we remove one-to-one technology in K through 5 in TIS and Birch Grove and move to a cart system, but still have one-to-one technology in 6 through 12?
That's what he's upset about.
You can, but the things to think about right now is that SBAC testing is grades 3 to 5.
Yeah, I
that's
get
the
the,
question.
that's not the question,
but
I get
it
the
impacts-
advantage.
It is, yes. So the answer is yes, you can not have it for 3 to 5 and still have it 6 to 12, because you could make the argument that as kids get older, they have to be able to engage technology. And we don't have enough money to have it happen at the youngest stages, but as they get older, you want them to be college ready. You can make any rationale you want, as long as you're giving 6 to 12 and everyone's 6 to 12. If you're doing it for everyone gets one like a text, yes, you can do that. But from a district perspective, that younger group doesn't need it less because the SBACs are all down there. And if you're going to get them ready for the testing and they're going to do that kind of thing, when we test, we are able to test within a certain time because every kid has a device to test on. If we had to go back to carts and labs during testing, it's going to disrupt. There'll be no teaching going on for months because they're going to have to do schedules that'll have kids moving in and out of the use of the labs and the carts, and it is a lot of problems created by doing that.
So when you provide something to a person or a class, it has to be to that entire class or that entire grade in the sense of one-to-one technology or a textbook for that class. It can't be Mrs. Smith's class in 9th grade gets a one-to-one technology, but Mrs. Jones' class in 9th grade is not allowed to.
Well, right. And kids that can imagine that at home.
Right.
My kid got it and yours didn't.
The exception to that is special education.
Well, special education, those IEPs are special contracts.
Way off filter here. We are. So I understand that everybody, and I hate that you have the feeling that high school students are treated differently, and I want to explore that with you outside of this whenever you want to, and with Dr. Willett. But for this particular thing, I'm going to go back to that. If I take away Bill's computer, I have to give him a book.
Well, I said,
No, hold on.
I'm good.
I need to say it to everybody. If I take away Bill's computer, I need to give him a book because he has to get educated in my school. Now I can't take away the book. And what you're suggesting means that if you can pay for that book and I can't pay for that book, I don't have a computer to do my work on, and I don't have a book to do my work on. So for me, that's what makes it different. If you have a book, you are getting the education, and so everybody gets it for free. You don't have it on the computer, which is why we still have the book. If we had it on the computer, we wouldn't have the book. So for that particular class, that particular grade, if you say the 6th graders were taking away their math book, they don't have that education at all. And if we say you don't have this and now you have to pay for it and Brian can't pay for it, how is Brian getting educated? That's the difference. So we can take away Chromebooks, but we're going to have to start paying for books again or worksheets or anything else that TIS or the kindergartners are now using because they're using these things, and we're going to have to set up the labs and everything else. That's a different paradigm. Does that make sense?
No, I understand. I don't even have the grade in here. It's not even mentioned. So
No, I know. when we make a state, just understand, I'm not upset at you, but when we make a statement, like some students are being treated better than other students, I'm gonna want to make sure that we understand that, because that is a whole.
I didn't say better. I did not say better.
Point of
The
order,
words, not.
point of order, Brian. Can we just really get, I'm sorry, Jen.
I don't know that that's a fair point of order.
It is, because now it's arguing and yelling, and we really need to focus at the budget.
I'm so sorry.
Brian, you're loud. I don't even have my hearing aids in.
I think I
can
was
hear you.
mad at you.
I,
Finish your point.
no, I'm good.
Okay,
I'm done.
I apologize for how this went through. All right,
I
23,
Yeah.
yes or no?
would suggest not to. Not reducing.
Okay, the vote is no. Let's move on.
Okay, insurance, I'm sorry, 24.
Yes.
Give me one second. There you are.
25.
That was yes, right?
That's correct.
Six.
We get a point of clarification on this?
Or 26?
Yes.
Sure.
Can you describe what that, the special education anticipated outplacement?
So that's the one extra that we anticipate getting, that if we don't and we get, we're down by that amount,
Then we're in the hole.
then we're in the hole. So like, if we don't have that safety, then if we get that one additional one coming in, now we are deficit funded. So it's basically, this reduction leaves it still leaves, if you look at column L, it still leaves a certain amount as a safety. So it's a measured reduction. Same thing for the next line. I mean, actually, that one just wipes the whole thing, but this one is a measured risk because we leave some in for it.
So it still leaves 90, but not the additional 30.
Right. And, we talked about how one of them was 400,000, So we're talking about, like, you can have one that is 60, that one is 120. Like, we're having a set aside that means that if we get an extra outplacement, then we have a safety funding for it.
Did you have a question?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, the range of the outplacements can be greater than 90. I mean, the max can be greater than 90,000.
The average is 88.5.
Right. Right. So I'm saying the ceiling, well, there is no ceiling, but the outplacement cost can go higher than 90,000. So I'm just not comfortable with putting us in a scenario where we're not ready to handle that. So that's all. It was clarification. Thank you.
Okay, 26? That's a no.
It's the same concept, it's just transport.
But you just said it wipes out the whole thing. What is that?
No, sorry.
Okay.
Not 26 does not wipe out the whole thing, because look at column L. 27 actually does wipe out that whole set aside. For the transport portion. So there's two portions of an outplacement. There's transport and there's the actual outplacement.
Oh, so you would do that, 26 is a reduction, this is.
This one in 26 was just knocking it down. See how L leaves 90?
Yeah.
But 27, that's it. We're going to take the set aside. So I still have a McKinney-Vento homeless set aside, but it's not this set aside.
Okay.
Also, if you have a expulsion, for instance, you pay transport for the expulsion to the other education center. That's the kind of thing we're talking about when you're talking about any kind of transport. It's not.
That's a question.
So you just said expulsion, that there's not another line item for that transportation.
Well, I'm using an
Special education.
example, like this preserves McKinney-Vento transportation, but it takes out any allocation for a special ed transportation. So there are other transportation amounts that we would be able to dip into, but we wouldn't have it here for special ed. I would have to go to one of the other lines,
Would-
and we might overrun the lines. One transport can be easily 20,000 to 40,000. So if you have one kid that needs transport, but we don't have this safety here, we're going into our other lines to fund it. And we can drive those lines over.
Have we used McKinney-Vento transport this year? We use the money in there.
We have used that money, yeah. We've used some of it. We've had about 4 or 5 McKinney-Vento cases so far.
Have you had to drive for any of them?
See, I asked, see, it's a fair question. I asked.
John Cronin is your district hero for a lot of
Let's
things.
do the backup.
He's doing the Odyssey. I've helped some people, certain things, but nowhere near what John Cronin, the hero of the Odyssey is. And first student dips in, here and there where we need to, where John can't, and, from the point of view of broader, larger things.
Still absurd. Our superintendent has to be the
So,
drive. It's absurd. So
hey, it's in my roots.
I hear you.
I got pulled over once.
Not to hear that story.
First-
I think, yeah, I think for this one, I mean, I'd be more comfortable coming back to it and maybe making a reduction to it, but not taking like 40,000. So I don't know. That's kind of what I'm.
So again, if you look at the custom tab, that's where you are as we go down the line.
I think we took it.
You're clicking over to that will tell you if you look.
I hear you.
You see, if you look at the top of the tab or custom, you're at that percentage.
Which one are you in the custom folder?
The custom tab, everything that you're saying yes to, I move over.
Right.
And if you look at the top of the custom tab, that is where you're at right now and you're ready. Right? That's how that's working. And
Yep.
so it's,
So you highlight 27 again? Okay, let's vote on 27. Okay. That's a no? $28.
So what does that leave us with for the total number of buses now?
But off the top of my head, I'm not sure. I know probably 26. We have different classes of bus, there's different groupings. So it's just something I think 26 that I have to look.
Okay, I'm trying to understand how big a percentage cut that is, but I think that's a safe enough answer to that.
Sweetheart, I get somewhere.
226-ish is what you're saying.
Yeah. We went from, I know it was like 33 at one point, and now we're down by 6. So we're close to the 26, 27, really where we've been. And that's not counting like the van, special ed transport type.
Okay. For 28. Yes.
Using that. Okay.
29.
Question on it. Is this a projection based on the amount of students we currently already have out at Boag and Magnet? Like, is this a projection or is this the incoming students?
It's, we had a expenditure that it's taking a look at what we've expended this year and looking at the original request in the superintendent's budget and thinking maybe we can cut it by that amount.
So there's still a spend for
This
this.
is an underspend of the projection, but looking at the experience at this moment in time, I was thinking if we had to cut something.
So it's a partial reduction, not a full reduction. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Jaden, did you have a question?
No.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I thought you did. Okay. So 29 vote. It's a yes.
I'm a mess. I'm sorry.
It's a yes.
You just can't. No, they're safe. And they just screech at it. I'm a mess. I can't.
Bless it, Bill.
Okay, 30. That's a no. 31.
I just want to make note, whether it's TMS athletics programs or the THS athletics program, the direct cost added to each family, being $100, $200, whatever it might be, it would be cheaper with a tax increase. So, per household. So I'll be the first one to tell you, I don't like talking about tax increases and all these things. And I'm the only one in here that doesn't pay on a property tax, right? So I trust me, I am not here to spend your money, but I feel like we're getting to a point with some of these direct cost type of situations, like clubs, like athletics programs. I mean, these are direct, extra cost to you every year that could be taken care of by far fewer dollars and increases elsewhere. So I just, I just wanted to get that out because that's not the last time I'll mention it, because we have joint meetings coming up and all these things. But I just think we're getting to a point with some of these decisions that as a town, hopefully we can reevaluate and make better decision making. So that's all. Just wanted to get that out there.
Okay.
Jen?
Yeah. Go ahead, Laura.
Yeah, I just want to kind of piggyback what Jaden just said. I know this is what we got elected to do and make these hard decisions, but I think sometimes the onus is on, the citizens. This is a very tough thing to cut, right? But I also look back at clubs. If I'm going to cut clubs, then why am I showing favoritism to athletics? So they should be on the same playing field, you ask me. And it's unfortunate. And I will say that I know a lot of kids who not only play play high school sports or middle school sports, but a lot of them play club sports too. Right? And I know that it's been an additional cost. However, this is a very hard decision. And then sometimes it, in my opinion, right, and I got to play devil's advocate over here, it just requires people to really think on what their priorities are when it comes to supporting the schools. And, and I know we're tasked with making the tough decisions, but they got a lot of tough decisions to make too. So that's all I'll say on that.
JP.
So this item, though, if I'm understanding correctly, would be to completely eliminate the program.
Correct.
And if we reject this as a reduction, it still leaves us operating under a pay-to-play paradigm.
Correct.
Yeah.
I just want to say that Joel, although I agree with 90% of what you said, which is that the community needs to understand that this is part of all of our responsibilities. In terms of showing favoritism, that I disagree with, because I do not play sports before clubs, but I will vote no on this. And that is because of two reasons. One, we have, as I just explained when Mackenzie answered it, we have found a way to still run clubs, even if they can't run at the beginning of the year. Whereas if we fund sports in that manner, there will be teams that cannot run completely for that year. And the second thing is that although I understand that any incremental cost is a burden on our parents, I do believe that in, many households that, paying the increased fee for clubs is more sustainable than paying what the increased fee would be for sports. So I think that, so the only reason why and I said it last year when we did it, the only reason why I personally can stomach it, which is still very hard of what we've had to do for clubs, is because we have found a way to make them run. And I just can't, I would not vote if I thought clubs could not run, and I can't vote if I think sports could not run, even if that just means a couple sports. So I just wanted to.
I know, I understand, and I'm not saying we should or we shouldn't. My kids are in sports too. You know, my son is swimming collegiately because of, you know, sports here in Tolland. And I agree with it 100%. You know, but I just sometimes feel that, you know, we need to be at an even playing field, and I don't want any student, because I feel it's my obligation as an elected member that I'm interested in everybody's interest. I want everybody to excel in whatever it is, whether it's DECA, whether it's basketball, whether it's drama. I want everybody to excel with as much as they can. So, you know, I'm not anti-sport one bit. I love sports, you know, but I just want, you know, I just want people to see it from a different perspective, and just make people think that, like, this is a very difficult decision. And sometimes, you know, people might think, well, you voted against this or you voted against that. No, I just, you know, think there's different ways of doing different things. You know what I mean? So it's okay. But yeah, thanks.
Did you?
Yeah, if you mind if I jump on that?
No.
I would not be supportive of disbanding our entire sports program. I don't want to misconstrue what I'm saying about that. And I appreciate your point, right? That we found a way for clubs to run, and we haven't found a way for sports to run if we don't do this, right? I would like to entertain, and maybe it's something we come back to, but an alternate funding paradigm that does incorporate a little bit more of the fundraising aspect that Bill mentioned, and look at the pay to play costs. I think, I know we're going through the list is like all or nothing, right? And we're going to have to go through and maybe parse some things out. This is one where I think parsing out would be good. I mean, we can't eviscerate our athletics program, right? I'm not suggesting that we do, but I think there's a compromise to be made here.
And I think I completely agree with everything you just said. So, and that's why year to year, I think every year we have items that come across like this that are like, oh, next year we could change that to be better or do something different there. And so this might be one of those. My vote will reflect that. If we get rid of this, then it just doesn't exist, and now there's nothing to work with now, right? And all those things. So my vote will, I'm going to be voting not to reduce the sports, at least as of this moment. But I think this fits in that category of, okay, we don't want to get rid of it just yet. We need something there. We need a foundation. But how can we add Gil's point to your point and sort of merge these points together for next year and prepare for a better budget cycle? So I like that. I like some of what you were saying earlier, Bill. So yeah, thank you for sharing. Appreciate it.
Okay. 31. Everything no?
You could almost 31 through 37. Do you want to do that as a block? Is
When you would say that.
sorry, 32 to say
That makes sense.
You're trying to sneak it in.
I know. Whoa.
It's 40 grand.
I was blocking the next line.
Yeah. No, let's just, I think we'll spend more time deciding that. And we'll
Okay.
just going one by one.
Got it. Okay.
So it's getting late, and I think we're getting punchy, so driving off. So 32, please. Vote for 32. That's a yes.
33? That's a yes. That's a yes.
That's okay. Well, okay. Very good.
34,
So can I ask a quick question?
you may.
So with some of these real little ones, I find myself wondering if the budget reduction paradigm that makes the most sense is just eliminating the line item, or if there's if there are opportunities to, as they say in the old country, sharpen the pencil on other items. That, you know, if you cut out $2,000 to say, well, we can't do any advertising because we cut out that line item, versus potential realistic opportunities to tighten up the belt even a little bit on other, you know, on the budget more broadly. So I don't know if that's a question or a statement or a thought, but do you any thoughts on that? Well,
Yes, respectfully, we've been sharpening the pencil for 11 years. So that's why these last few years, we have gotten down to every penny. Because everything large, aside from people that no one in this room wants to get rid of, we've gotten rid of already. So that's why now we put in everything, because we're down to it.
Gotcha.
But Dr. Willett, if you have another answer, you can
Yeah,
provide.
just like the advertising, that's a reduction, to use the term, that would be a sharpening of the pencil, because that's not the entire line. But if you take the entire line, we can't any job opening, you know how hard it is to find paras right now and teachers. If we can't publish our ads in media group, and indeed we're going to have even less of a chance of placing those positions.
Oh, so you're saying these are reductions? They're not.
That is a reduction of it versus a complete elimination.
Okay.
Just like even the mail courier, it's just going to 2 days.
And that what I took away from that is, like, because of that comment, I know that that's not zeroing it out.
The other ones are,
I assumed that the others were being zeroed out because there was no other.
No, that one, for instance, is not. That would be a couple thousand in there.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I'll stop.
I'm glad you asked. Because you're right. 100%.
When she said she's getting punchy, that might be a code phrase for she's about to come over and punch me.
I do not believe in violence.
Unless it's really warranted.
Didn't we just do 34?
Well, so that's a yes or
Yeah.
That was a yes.
That's-
so now I
Bad parentheses after advertising.
okay.
$35? It's a yes.
On this next one, I need you to add parentheses after advertising. It is driving my brain nuts. Oh. Yeah, thank you. Sorry. Oh, God.
Instead of spending
It's the little things, you know?
Which one was the last one?
35.
So 36, okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
That's a yes. No, I was looking at everybody else and getting really punchy again.
I don't know what 38 is, but it's $5,000.
Yeah, I was going to ask for a clarification on 38 too. Can you explain that?
37.
I'm sorry, my numbers are all missing.
37 is, they put them in classes so that it's, we're trying here and here.
Say that again?
These audiological devices make it easier for kids who are having trouble hearing to hear.
So this would be eliminating that?
The teacher is saying, it would be eliminating this particular one, yeah.
How many are in the school right now?
They're in the classrooms that have kids that are challenged. This was for BGP. They noticed some kids were having trouble, so they have it, but it's not specifically for special ed.
These are the mics that they wear the lapel, right?
They
And
wear the
there's-
mic,
There's a boom.
yeah.
Boom.
And it makes it louder for the kids. It tends to, on the younger kids, pay more attention sometimes when that's the case. This happens to be one for BGP for that reason.
There's one device for $5,000 though?
It's the audiological system, yeah. It's just that, and the whole shebang.
It's not one mic,
Okay.
it's the system. Okay,
Class.
37?
Makes a difference with some of these kids. Well,
no, that's enough, so. Sorry.
Is that a take it or don't take it? Yes.
Okay, but don't take.
Don't take it. So here's the hard part. When you look at your customized tab, you are down to
I'm bored.
Okay.
now in your swap is a couple of things that you could swap out if you think you're going to get them somewhere else. You know, if you think these are going to be funded elsewhere, you can. Yeah.
Okay.
Empty that.
Go back and reconsider reconsider line 14.
Which, are you looking at the customized one?
I'm
Yep.
saying,
Back and forth.
there are things that you did not take and put in here that you could put in there. There's swap items, there's some items you didn't.
So we go back to the 4%. If anybody wants to re-bring anything up, let's do that. I'm gonna bring up, my computer's not working, so I'm gonna ask for some help here. Can we look at the line that we talked about? I didn't want to kill them completely, but we can reduce them. So, the 25, the retirement differential adjustment.
Hmm.
Did we do that? I think we did that.
You did?
Yeah. Okay, so it was
Yeah, you
26.
took that whole thing.
Okay, so it was 26 and 27 that we didn't take, right?
We took 26, we didn't take 27.
So that would a low hanging fruit if you want to take 27.
So why don't we reduce that? Can we reduce that by 20,000?
27.
Yeah, so can,
I'd bring a partial over if you want.
Yeah, so, I guess what I'm asking for a show of hands on is if you're okay with, taking a reduction of 20,000. So.
This is
yes.
which line?
27.
7 on the 4%.
Okay, so that's a yes. There was something else too.
There's no part of it. Insurance.
And we did that.
Well, there was something up here that he said we'll come back to.
Can I get a
Well,
point
yeah,
of
that's-
clarification?
Hold on, Dana, I'm just still looking for my thing.
You're now at,
Yeah, 19, Jen?
I'm sorry?
just look at the percentage at the top, so that's how it feels.
Yeah, I'm sure it didn't change it much. Right.
Was it
7.9.
19?
Okay.
I think it's line 19.
Yeah, how about, can I be in favor of cutting that in half, 19? To 40,000? Is anybody else? What line? 19?
That again, glad everybody.
Dr. Willett, can you restate what that
The
was?
SAT workshops for kids, some of the Birch Grove Club, there's Sport Club there.
That was rejected in the vote.
That was left in, right?
We left it in, so I'm suggesting having it.
Wait,
Okay, so, did you get yours?
Yeah.
Okay, so, all in favor of, reducing that by $40,000?
Which number? 19? Your
19?
reduction of counseling, transport, and SAT stipends. You're saying instead of 80,000, reduce it to 40.
40.
Yes. That's a yes. Okay. Anybody else want to take us back to any other lines? Dana?
I have a point of clarification. Lines 11 and 12, how can we not fill that? Like, how can we reduce that?
Dana's asking if that's legal. And I
I've asked
believe,
it like 3 times.
and I believe if you put it on the sheet that it is legal. Otherwise,
I just have to catch up with you because
why would you put it on the reduction sheet?
That's what I'm asking. I thought we were required to have a certain amount in place.
Which one?
11, 12. That's why, before we even started this whole conversation, that's what I was asking about. 11.
No, but you said you would email me.
Yeah, it's,
Is it legal?
I mean, it's like the transport thing. It's legal, any reduction of any of that kind, opens you up to potential additional liability.
Because now we don't have someone to fulfill a role.
Those grow, the management grows bigger, the groups get bigger, there's less people to do it. Greater liability of having to do outplacements and things like that if we can't service.
So it's legal, but it opens up us to liability
Yeah, I mean,
for not being able to legally, I don't want to say legally, but not being able to fulfill our legal requirements for respective students.
right. I mean, what will happen is if we end up in a situation where an IEP requires it, like the WFPA, sorry, you sometimes have to add positions back.
So would you like, we've already reduced those two?
Remember, use
Asking to make a, to have a vote if we should add it.
No, I was asking to have a discussion. I voted against reducing it, which is fine, but I just wanted to make sure that we're not putting ourselves into a precarious position by not having these positions in the.
You're increasing.
And
So yes, I wouldn't mind raising, it's not gonna help us where we're going, because I've taken us the opposite direction, but I just want to make sure that we're doing the right, because again, we have state mandates and then we have legal requirements in special education, and then we have other requirements for gen ed, and I just want to make sure that we're on the up and up.
I totally understand your point. I'm trying to move towards action rather than discussion, so I'm totally okay if now that
I've already been outvoted, so unless someone,
we can go back and would you like to call a vote to have those two lines or one of those two lines added back to the budget? Because we can do
And
that.
just one point, the only reason those are there is because the instructions were if there was a vacated. Otherwise,
they're currently vacated, but it would be a role that
you gave me the directives to if it's vacated, that would be something, but if, not to there. No,
The directive wasn't to remove anything vacated. The directive was that when it came to telling you not to take positions away, that if they were vacated positions and you felt that they could be added as a reduction, that you could do so because there wasn't an actual person losing their job.
it was to include vacated positions. If I was going to include positions, it would be vacated positions, not positions that people were in.
Yeah.
That was the direction. So that's why these two are here, but I wouldn't, it opens up the same kind of struggles that any other reduction like transportation does. It increases your risk.
So yes, I'd like to reintroduce that to the table.
Okay. Dana is asking that we take a second look at lines 11 and 12 and with the new information, if we would like to still include it in the reductions, please vote yes at this time. Jaden, go ahead.
So just to clarify, when we met with the administrators, they mentioned something about 19 high need students in one class. That was at Birch Grove. Okay. I don't know if any other class gets that high at the middle school or the high school. Right now, that's number one. Number two, especially if there's no position, if the position is not filled right now. So if anything, the need is, and again, Dr. Willett, please correct me if I'm wrong. I don't want to misspeak and misrepresent some of your staff. But it seems like the need right now is at the lower levels just based on class size. 19 high need students in one class is a workload, right? So, but that I don't believe right now exists at the TMS or THS level, which is why, especially if it's an unfilled position, I'm at a point, if that's at BGB, knowing what we know about how big the class is, I'd probably vote to keep it. But I'm just right where I am right now because of the sense of urgency at the lower levels as well. So, but again, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but from what I gathered, the high need is at Birch Grove.
And
Bill had a question. Nope.
Do we have anyone in those positions currently? Like what you're suggesting reductions? I understand nobody's in that position, but are there people in those positions at the high school and middle school?
No?
How many do we have of those people?
In that role.
In that role, I'm sorry. You and I are on the same page. No, might not, you and I were.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at going down from like 13 to 11, that type of thing, but it's just going to increase the numbers that the rest of them have to take. And it's one of the riskier ones to do. I mean, I wouldn't have put it on if they weren't vacated positions. The other thing is, and I can't.
How long have they been empty?
Huh?
How long have they been empty?
Well, they're not. They will be next year. So these are retirees,
Gotcha.
a resignation, end of year. That's what I mean. So that was not someone losing a livelihood if you reduce it, but it still got a pretty big impact. One of the things that when you're doing here is very difficult, and I know it's painful. If you're going to put, say, those back, you'd have to take something of the equivalent to stay at that percentage that you're at right now. So, an equivalence would be like row 9. I don't want that. But, if you're going to put something back, you've got to do something to adjust for it. You're at if you look at the custom page and look at the top, that's where you're at right now. And if that's the budget you think you can pass and move on to the town, so be it. But if not, some other things would have to happen here. So it makes sense to be concerned about those. And if you are, then you'd have to do something like number 9 to offset it, because that's the closest one thing that could offset those two things, even though it's not an exact. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not advocating for any of that. But I'm just saying that that's what you have to do if you're
Do we have to go to?
taking something, putting it back. You're gonna have to.
Go ahead, Jane.
Okay, so Jaden, yes, I totally, when I was with Hess and Cody, they said that 19, Birch Grove, right? So 19 students. But then when I was talking with the curriculum team, they were talking about MTSS and throughout the district, and the tier 1, 2, and 3 support minimizes as the grades go higher, right? We had more tier 1, 2, and 3 support at the younger levels throughout. And then in the high school is where they're able to service less students.
Sure.
So I guess, of course this is where we were talking about making tough decisions, right, Joelle? And my first inclination was, I don't want to put our son in a precarious legal sticky point. However, as Bill asked, are there already people in this role, in positions currently impacting students? And your answer was yes.
Yeah.
So similar, and I know that, and I'm talking on both sides of my mouth. I know that we want these and we need these, but similarly, like that we did with the nurse when we made this tough decision, we're going to have to make tough decisions. And if we're in a place where we need to bring this in, and I know we don't, the nurse was like the first one that I've experienced bringing anybody or a program back. But since these are vacated and we have other people in the role, do we make the decision financially today where we are, and 6 months down the road, if we're going to be put ourselves in harm's way, then we bring it back? Or is it going to be easy to find that personnel? That's just where I'm thinking. And I think I know it's getting late. I just wanted to, that's just for.
Dr. Willett, if we added both of these back, what would the percentage go to?
So the easiest way to do that is take a look at your custom tab, and I'm going to zero them out. Just real quick, watch. Look at the top.
8.2.
They're 0.2 each. Yeah.
So the only thing that would get you to almost a similar space, not exactly, but the only thing that would get you almost there is row 9.
Row 9 on the 4%.
Yeah. So that would be like those two come out, that goes in, but I don't, like I said, it's just hard for you right now, I know.
Oh, you can just put that.
On the swap list, line 5. That's a person, not a
Hard to
position.
Possibly.
Which line is it?
Unless we get something between now and the end.
So you're saying that's possibly a
So
person?
like, we
can't
are
say.
right now and in February. Right now, that is a person, but between February and June, if you had a retirement or resignation, maybe it wouldn't be, right? But that is right now.
Can I ask this? This is gonna be a tough one, so if you can't answer it, you can't answer it. So this is obviously on there because there's a Navy retirement. Are there other?
I wouldn't count on that. I just, what is in here right now, what you have is what I know at this time. I'm just saying it's possible that somebody could between February and June also put up for retirement that's not on here. But you also have you still are at the base of your mountain because, you're going through a process. And if we do pick up a couple more retirements between now and the end of the year, you also have to have something to do at the next stage. Right.
That could be true for everything on this list.
Yeah.
We're on a mountain right now.
Are you suggesting taking row 5 and putting it on the list?
No, I'm talking about on the swap list.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
I'm just, we're asking about it.
That is a person right now.
It's
And I'm building upon Bill's question, and I'm asking if we took this risk here, are there multiple possibilities? Do we have 2 or 3 people who might retire and we're gonna take one, so it doesn't necessarily end up being this one, if we don't have a
I
retirement?
mean, the hardest thing about what you're asking is it's a crystal ball question. I don't know. I mean, I've seen people say they were going to retire and then they didn't.
Okay.
I've seen people not.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm asking. I'm saying that if it's not this particular one, but it's somewhere else, can we swap that to the somewhere else? I'm looking this
If
at
there
it.
is a retire, it depends on where the somewhere else is. Because if the somewhere else is a similar line to the one you want to put back, no. So if there's a
How
retirement,
about if it's a similar line to 5, just a different school?
I mean, if it's in the same certification class, maybe it's just that class sizes will impact that decision, that type of thing. So, I mean, if we pick up retirements along the way, we can try to offset what we've done here to, not have it take a person from a job. Yeah.
So given that, I would swap. Well,
a statement.
go ahead.
I gotta be honest, I'm not on board with a 7-8. I know it's difficult decisions. I'm not on board with a 7-8. And one of the things that concerns me, Dr. Willett, is when we asked you about, the long list that we've gotten in the past, that you basically said, we're just at the beginning. We haven't gotten to the next thing, I really think that, in order for me to come into an agreement with something that we send on to town council, I need some of those things. I gotta be lower. I mean, it seems like that you're holding some stuff back.
Well, I'm not. The long list you have had nurses on it. It had secretaries on it.
It also had a lot of other
It had
programs.
7 teachers.
Yeah.
And so you have supplies, materials, you have most of the same stuff that was on that list. You have it split across 3. There's nothing held back. I mean, I gave you what we have. You instructed me with certain specific instructions that I followed. Last year, you took the SRO. You took both SROs. I mean, that list is not that different than what you have here. I'm not holding anything back. I'm giving you everything I can. You also have, if you look at last year's budget, we deficit spend a bunch of lines. Legal is one of them by at least 40 or 50,000. You don't have what you even had last year to play with.
So if town council comes back and says, we're going to give you the largest increase in your budget you've ever had at 3.5%. What more is coming to us on this list of reductions? Are you telling at that point it's all people?
Yeah. unless you're gonna cut those supplies that we talked about,
What was it? Supplies and
Or sports.
or sports. I mean, I followed specific instructions this time, you know. I mean, the stuff that you can take all of that transport, you can take all of the stipends that you've taken half of, you can take, we can cut office supplies and all that stuff. That has traditionally not been undercut. It's kind of shifting, but if you want to obliterate all the office supplies, you could probably pick up somewhere from 20 to 40 with that, but that's paper, that's batteries, that's everything that you said you didn't want to have teachers go out and buy on their own. That you can get there if that's where you want to go right now. You can make the pay-to-play fee for sports $500 and get $200 more for every player times 400 players at a cost of what, pick up 80,000, 40,000 to 80,000. That's stuff you did last year.
What's the current?
Pay-to-play is $300.
What's the family cap? 1,000, 1,200,
1,000,
1,100?
something like that, yeah.
Yeah. And I was gonna suggest it, so let's talk about it. So here's my question with that. How can we talk about that tonight? Because let's say I throw something out here that says, I'm not increasing the family cap, but let's increase the pay to play another $100. Would you actually be able to give us a figure that we could put?
Well, yeah, I mean, you can do that almost immediately because you take the rough, let's just say participation, I'm going to say is 450, and you're picking up how much? You want to make it $400?
Yep.
You're increasing your pay to play by 100, 45,000.
No.
I can't.
So 45,000, and then what are we, that's high school, so what about TMS?
I mean, that's going to get a something more right now.
Yeah, that's this 300.
Yeah, I wouldn't, not picking up a lot there. You're probably
No,
getting,
you're not paying the same amount at TMS.
you're not. You're going to get a combination.
It's 300.
At
You
TMS.
pick up maybe another 10. I'd be careful with that one. Plus demand. If I'm playing a high school sport, this is the last time I'll get a chance to play a high school sport. It's different than the middle school sport, where there's a ton of options for middle school sport.
What's the TMS pay to play?
So what is it like two? I have to look it
They're
up.
saying $300.
TMS pay to play per kid per sport is $300. That was my bill. I can show you.
All right,
Can you
well,
clarify?
yeah, it'll take a minute. But in terms of what you're going to make out of it, though, just for the purpose of tonight,
Understand, but I've asked the question, so
What do you say is about?
it's 3. It's 3. So we would be increasing to 10.
Well, it's the same. TMS is the same as THS by high school.
The 300 to 400, and then the cap is one.
The family cap, so I wouldn't necessarily increase the family cap. I'm just rolling.
No, I know, yeah.
So
Well, I would increase the family cap.
Try to increase the family cap.
that's still not.
Vote on each.
You'll have to increase both because if you're going to
I mean,
make
I don't want to, but I would.
you can't. You're not doing that. We would do that. You'd say you want the pay to play increased, and we would calculate the family cap benefit because otherwise, you're going to lose. If you cap out, you're not
Yeah.
paying the extra pay to play. And
I was just
you're not-
trying to take it easier on families that were playing.
Well, I agree with that 100%.
But I understand what you're saying, that we would just be paying it anyway, so what would be the point?
Yeah.
What about just throwing it out there, like a $5,000 fundraiser requirement for sport?
$150
I don't know how we would need to enact that for a future budget rather than do something like that now and jeopardize not having it. You know what I mean? That's why it's different from the clubs. We can still have the clubs. We won't be able to have the sports.
But we're deficit funding the sport, so.
No, I agree.
I mean, it's deficit spending. Doesn't that mean that eventually we get back to zero and even? We're not.
Not simply deficit spending.
I mean, we're only getting 120 or so $1,000 on the sports with the pay to play. So that's
We're
400 kids at $300 a
Yeah.
piece.
But we're prepaying the line before we recoup
Only I mean,
Only on
we're
partial.
still upside down on that.
We still have sport, we pay in our budget. For clubs, we've cut it out of the budget practically.
understand.
Yeah, so pay to play, you have pay to play, and we have budgeting for it. We have both. Oh, okay, then I don't understand.
We're not like the federal government. We have to balance our budget eventually.
Unless you want to change that. I'm just kidding.
sorry.
He was there. Oh my gosh.
We're saying that we will pay for sports regardless of if those funds are recouped.
No, I guess that's,
We're not budgeting for it, fair.
I understand.
We're assuming in the budget that people will pay their portion of the pay to play.
Yeah.
But we are agreeing to pay for the athletic program before people pay for
That's a
their
good question.
students.
So that $583,000 for high school sports, Dr. Willett, that doesn't include the additional approximately $120,000 that we get from the pay to play.
Right.
So the actual cost is
Higher than
$700,000 for the sport.
Yeah. Yes.
I understand what you're saying, Mackenzie, and I guess, and again, we can vote on anything you guys want to at this point. I guess that is just something that like I just to say that to work to mandate $5,000 per sport. I don't have enough information on that to know if that's even achievable for me to personally vote on that. But I'm not against introducing something where we say we're going to require all of our sports to do a level of fundraising going forward, and that money is going to go into a bucket that gets used towards the next budget. I'm okay with that. I'm not okay with mandating it in fear that because we don't have the data on that, because we've never done that level before, then it won't happen. That's the only, does that mean? But again, that's just my opinion.
I just want to make sure I make a statement with it. So pay to play right now at the middle school is equal to the high school at $300.
Well, he's checking on that. We haven't gotten that information on that yet.
Okay. Well, I know what my tab is. Bill just said what his tab was, so it's anyways. Nevertheless, Tolland's the kids, like my kids, it's $150 for my kids to play Tolland Soccer Club. So the reason why these kids are signing up for the middle school and the high school is for that experience and that whole school experience. So families, okay, so there's that. But also it's another thing on your college transcript, right? Or it's 11 o'clock. Your application. So I don't know how far we're gonna get anymore tonight, so
We don't have a choice.
okay.
Yeah. So no one's answering.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you were looking at
I'm trying to find it, but it's
okay. So
it is the same as last year.
okay.
But regardless, you're picking up, if you increase it by 100, it's going to be magnified by the number of kids participating at that.
Okay, so
Applied by that.
So it would be to increase pay to play. $100 would be 45. Would be 45K.
Roughly.
You said that.
I bet you'd have to also take into account that when you increase the cost, where people may participate. So it's not an exact figure. It's you're taking a chance.
But don't the overall costs decrease if less people participate?
I mean, yeah, but you're still. I mean, yes and no. You still have to transport in a bus. You still have a field. You still have a coach. You still have, a lot of the costs don't decrease that much by small.
I guess I was thinking like if a team.
Unless you're not running a team.
Yeah.
If you're not running a team, that's true, and that's the case. But you have to be careful with that figure. It's always going to be a generalized figure. If we're doing it, we're understanding that it's a tilted figure. It's maybe 30 to 40.
Right.
No.
Oh, hold on. I just want to say I'm pulling that off the table. I'm gonna drop it for now. So if your question is based on that, and if anybody else wants it to bring to the table for a vote, I'm okay. I brought it up. I'm pulling it back. So does anybody want to run with that or also offer another suggestion at this time?
Yeah.
I just don't see where else we can pull from. And I think that's a good chunk that we, whether we increase the price of sports, I just don't see anywhere else where we can cut any of that.
So would you like to put it to the,
I would.
so Joel wants to, Jane McKenzie, good, Joel would like to, have a vote, on increasing pay to play to $400, which would provide us an additional $45,000 reduction for the high school only.
Well, before that, can I, what's the, what's it been, say, the last 10 years as far as the pay to play?
Well, it was 200 for a while, and I think for a little bit before that, it was something like 150. 150.
We increased it to 300 last.
2 years in a row.
Would you still like to go to a vote?
To be honest, I'd probably vote for it too. I mean.
Okay, let's go to a vote. So we're going to increase pay to play to $400, which would be a $45,000 reduction. Any yeses?
So then the cap would be 100, increase 100 more, actually. The cap.
It would have to, the cap would have to.
The cap, we would have to analyze, but the cap would increase, otherwise you're losing revenue.
Well, you gotta increase it, but what I'm wondering is if you increase the pay to play by 100 and then only increase the cap by 100, you're mitigating.
We're not. We
We're
would
not
have to
gonna-
analyze, we have to analyze the cap to make sure we're not losing
Right.
money.
Cap would be based on
The cap- the cap will definitely, have to be adjusted in a way that makes it so we don't lose the money you're trying to get back.
So the cap, do you understand what the cap means, by the way? It's like, so if you have 3 students that you don't,
I agree.
you'll never have to pay for that. So if you have 6 children, you don't have, you're not gonna have to pay. Okay. I just did not. Okay, so
What I'm saying is it eases the state. You bump the pay to play the single amount by 100. That's why you also bump the cap by 100 or 200. You're easing the impact a little bit of the fact that we also just increased it last year. That's my thought.
yeah, but we have to incrementally.
But I know.
Yeah, do the family cap so that we don't lose. Otherwise, we're doing the same thing on the back end, right? Never lose either way.
I just had the entire thought go out of my head. So for a $45,000 reduction is 0.1% of our budget. But I know that $500 is more than 0.1% of my family's budget, right? I feel like the bang for our buck, like, yes, that's the biggest line item, but that particular reduction is going to be more of a burden on families than it will be a savings to our district. Is my personal opinion. That's why I like the fundraising idea, and I understand why that's not super feasible, but that's what I'm struggling with.
I 100% agree with you. And every year we have those discussions, and every year we talk about how it would be less to do those things. And and that is a fine conversation for this room, but once that goes to the town level, what you will hear is that, but the seniors can't afford it. So yes, the families would benefit if they just got the tax increase, but then you're going to have the people without children saying, and the people without children playing sports saying, but I can't afford the tax increase because, so I'm just saying
I refuse to believe that
No, you
those things are mutually exclusive, right? That we can't fund our athletic program and also support our seniors.
I'm just letting you know it's the same argument every day.
I get it, right? And I'm not on town council, and that's not my charge, right? Like, they have a responsibility to the town to figure out a way to fund the departments in this town that in a reasonable way that is not solely on the backs of the taxpayers. But my responsibility is to it is to the same people, but in a different way, right? I know I've said this before, but people move to this town because we have a good school system. That's why property values have increased. That's why frankly taxes have increased is because property values have increased, not because the mill rates increased. And if we continue like
Here it is.
to have these kind of reductions and these kind of conversations where we're going to nickel and dime parents for things that other school districts have, I don't see how the longevity of people moving to Tolland because we have a good school system is sustainable. And I think it's, merits being said that all of the things on this list are important, right? And contribute to the town. But, I'm and I realize that we're at, $45,000 lines and not $300,000 lines because there is no fat in this budget. I'm just having a really, really hard time with the concept that, that we can't all exist in this town and fund our departments in the way that they deserve to be funded. I'm just having a hard time believing that.
So I have something for you here. The reason I was a little confused is, so I couldn't get through to anyone here, but I did look back in my notes. So what was done in this budget is, in the past for TMS, it used to be 250. In the superintendent's budget, it tried to put it back to 250 for TMS. You're right that it was 300, but there was an effort to put it back to, so there's $50 to play with here times 278 athletes. So if you want to move it from 250 to 300 where it is now, you can pick up, you could pick up 13,900. So you could reduce by 13,900 by making the pay to play fee $300 for middle school kids. There was a lot of complaints about that, and it used to be 250, and that's why there was an attempt to put it back. That's why you remember it as 300 now, because you were, but it was 250. So you can save 13,900 if we make it 300 at the middle school. But if you cut middle school sports, it doesn't do anything.
Okay.
Right.
So
I can add that as, you're raising pay to participate in middle school to 300 again, and I can give you 13,900 on your custom shop.
So those are two separate lines, right? TMS athletics and THS athletics.
Yeah, but they won't affect THS. It would be TMS because this is strictly TMS. That was,
Right, but we talked about the 45K for THS too, so we still haven't even.
well, you could do both, right?
Right, so let's vote on THS first.
Sure.
Let's raise your hand if you're in favor of increasing pay to play to $400 from $300 for THS, which would provide a reduction of $45,000. Show of hands, please. We've got two. That's enough. Okay, so then let's put TMS up.
Is that a no?
That was a no. So TMS. Please raise your hand if you are in favor of keeping TMS pay to play at $300 as it is in this current year, which would be a reduction of 13.9K. Show of hands. That is a yes.
Good.
I don't understand.
I don't either.
So
What do you mean we don't
I
understand?
don't understand why we just voted to increase the middle school.
We didn't increase, we kept it the same. We reduced it and we kept it at 300.
So where's the relief? That's where.
Because so it was 250
Yeah.
year before.
Yeah.
This current year, it's $300.
Right.
In the superintendent's proposed budget,
Gotcha.
he put it back down to 250. So
Understood.
that gives it. Okay.
you're taking that away and
Got it.
13,900.
Just holding all.
Does anyone else want to discuss any other lines?
Now, keep in mind that you're 7-8, you're also under the auspices that you're going to go
Yes.
get the security
Right,
negotiated.
so we could be around a 6-8. Well, what's 540 if they do the whole thing?
That's what I'm saying.
That's 1 point.
You mean 540?
540,000, how, what,
That would be more than a point. It would be down probably in the sixes.
how, what it is, how much is 540K? I know 450K is about 1 point. How much is
So 540, here, I'll do that quick. Yeah, 1.2 before.
Okay, 1.2. So I'm gonna ask two questions. The first question, but I'll tell you what the second question is going to be. The first question is, does anybody else want to talk about any other lines
We'll
that
say
change
yes.
our reduction? Okay, go.
I just wanted to, talk about line 13 on 4%. And how that affects the, district and if that's a person currently.
It is. It's a person who would be, that is a retirement, a known retirement. Now that'll affect the program. There is a person in that job right now. It's just
For clarification, we've already voted to reduce that.
correct.
I'm just saying it for everybody,
Oh.
because I had to check.
That is correct. You know, what you've reduced is on the customized line.
Is there only one person in that program? Or is it the whole program?
No, it's not the whole program, but it will impact intervention.
Can you write in here what grade levels that would impact?
Yeah.
It didn't look like on mine yet.
Yes,
Did you show up yet?
Not on mine.
Oh, hold on.
no.
So you're looking at us.
I had, but
It's still not on mine. I'll let you know, but it's.
there is
mine's
lag,
funny.
which is what I'm struggling with.
Yeah, mine's being funny, so go yours.
Should be
Thank
in, it should be in there.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. It's on the customize tab.
Oh, I was looking. for
I'm
4%.
sorry, I should click on that.
Okay.
I don't have, oh,
It's on all that position is on all tabs. I just thought you were looking at the
Okay.
customers. I'll move it to the floor too.
Would the rehire necessarily be at the same?
Well, remember that, yeah, when you do this bumping and all
Right.
that, but that's where the impact would be likely.
So you've already done that accounting. That would be the bump.
Well, I'm not gonna know for sure.
Right, but
But that's probably
Okay.
where.
okay.
you said that affects the intervention of, to help these grade levels with that particular subject matter.
Correct. That there's somebody that's doing it right now that's retired.
Well, we wouldn't have anybody to assist.
Well, we still have people, we still have others in that role, but that we would be taking that down by a position, yeah.
Oh, there are others in this role though?
There
Yeah,
are.
yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
I didn't hear that part, sorry.
There are others in the
It
roles.
was like 11 and 12 before, basically.
I mean, if you're looking, to make major chunks and, other than the security.
Well, can I just hold you on that? Because I don't want to jump to other things. So Brian, do you want to have a vote to change what we've already done and add it back?
Yes, I would like that.
Okay, so, Brian is requesting that, let's say on the customized list, he would like to, reverse that reduction and add $74,000 back to that budget,
Line 12.
line 12. Okay. So, show of hands. Okay, that's still a no. Okay, I'm sorry to cut you off. Dr. Willett, what were you suggesting?
I don't like being in the position of saying these kinds of things, but you're either going to accept where you're at or you're going to look at some of the others that are on there.
Right. So that's what I was gonna, so that's when go ahead.
I would like us to consider adding the ABIS position back.
Okay. All right, Mackenzie would like us to revisit line 6 on the customized list and reinstate that position request as it's not a current position and add $35,521 back to the budget.
So, no, I was voting, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I jumped the gun, I apologize.
That's okay.
Can I just say why I'm asking that?
Sure.
I I doubt wholeheartedly that it's going to move the actual percentage down to the 10th of a decimal point. And it's the lowest, one of the lowest amounts on the list in the staffing area. But when I was at the workshop, I heard from multiple people how impactful this could be, and how this would really, really help the students and the staff and get everybody in a position where they can be focused and going into their learning. And I think that, using the same term, bang for the buck, right? I think that this is worthwhile adding back in.
Was that acronym?
Heard the same exact thing.
So,
Maybe I can do intervention, so there's some stuff to say that.
Okay,
It's not a position now.
yeah.
So,
It's not.
brand new.
Dr. Will, can you zero that out so I can see what that looks like in the
Yeah.
percent?
You had a question, Bill? Oh, that's what I thought you said to me.
good job, 7.
I apologize. Chris Carter.
So so show of hands. So to repeat, line number 6, the customized list, Mackenzie's requesting that be taken out of the reductions and that position request be added back into the budget for $35,521. Show of hands. Okay, that's a yes. So put it back in. Right, so I'm gonna just say this again. So here's where we are. We can keep going, and I'm not saying we shouldn't, but these are our 2 options that are left. We keep having suggestions and we keep adding and reducing. But the next thing we can, and then the next vote is whatever this running thing is with running total, which now is going to be 7.9%. We vote on running that, having Dr. Willett run that forward to discuss next week, where we will vote on our adopted budget with the understanding that we can only do minor tweaks to that at that time because it needs to be turned in. So those are our options right now. So let me ask again.
What was the other option?
So keep going. Keep going. Keep trying to move this down, move this up, swap this around. But
Well-
then everybody needs to come up with ideas.
I would just caution, when we come next week though, right, minor.
I said mine.
I know, I'm just reiterating what
Okay.
I'm saying because.
Right. With the understanding that we can only make minor changes to it next week.
The only changes I would make right now that are going to have an impact, I say have an impact, a larger, somewhat impact. I guess we kept the we kept line 14 under the 4% tab. We kept, so that, that would just be my starting point of
Would you like to revote on line 14?
That's it, or that.
personally, no, I would like to pass what we have right now, personally.
Okay, so then,
But if we can only make minor changes from here and no, never mind. I want to pass what we have right now. So good question. Fair.
so
We'll be constructing a booklet based on what you have tonight, the
Understood.
entire thing.
I think does everybody understand that?
What is it?
Whatever we pass tonight, going into next week, although we will have a chance to review again next week, and next week is when we vote on the adopted budget. The expectation has to be that we can only make minor changes to that because.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so
third
that's-
time I've heard that, yeah.
Yeah.
Unless you want to create a special meeting between now and then.
Or yes, that is an option. We can have another special meeting. Okay, so would anyone else like to suggest any additions or subtractions from this list at this time?
Well, so Matt, question about option 3-ish. So the things that were off the table, are any of those things that we think we might have some opportunity or flexibility on?
I need you to be more specific, JP.
So, Mr. Willett, we said so far, we didn't want to touch the positions in place that are not,
What's about lines?
what's that?
Talk about lines.
Lines.
Well, I think he's talking
But
about.
what I'm wondering, right, so this is what we came to with the initial guidance that we gave Dr. Willett last week. So what we've got by scrubbing these lines, we got to this number. What I'm wondering is if we want to now step back and look at that original assumption and say, okay, so that was we gave them those ground rules. Is there anything there that we think we might have some flexibility on still?
Again, I would need you to be more specific. The guidelines that
Well,
we
that's
gave
not-
Dr. Will last
right.
week are to run a 3%, a 5%, and a 7%. We told them at the highest level to add the social worker and the PPT facilitator. They are not currently on the list that we're working on. We told him to protect positions unless he couldn't, which is what we're working with. We told him to keep in security, and with the caveat that there have already been town discussions about them covering some level, if not all of our security. So I guess what other,
That's right. This doesn't include the potential impact of the town picking up those items.
if the town, which
Yeah.
I cannot guarantee by any way, shape, or form, if the town picks up the entire thing, yes, it would be 1.2% less than that running total. The town may say they're only picking up some of what we're asking for. The town may say they're not picking up any of what we're asking for, but I am going forward with the ask. So yes, so that would actually be you voting right now on a 6.7.
Work out.
Is there, so that's what I mean. So I feel like I don't know what factors there you'd like to adjust that.
This is where I'm going from that convergent thinking we've been doing to bumping it back out again and saying, is there anything else we're missing?
Really what you're asking is there anything else in the entire budget we'd like to consider taking away? So what I would say is this, unless you have some specific things to question, the only way to then do that would be to have an entire another meeting, because we cannot just start throwing stuff at the wall tonight, and we cannot throw it at the wall next week. I'm totally open to that. If the group feels like we need to have another meeting, but that's what it would entail to now go back out broad again and see if there's anything else.
I don't have a solid enough proposal to warrant that.
Okay, you understand, like,
No.
I'm not meaning to take away from I'm just meaning to make your request actionable, so, which I'm totally okay with. But those are the only ways I can see that it's actionable. Do you have something?
So line 9,
On which tab, Dana?
sorry, on the 4%, line 9.
Okay.
Retirement.
That's line 9 on 4% is not retirements. Row 9 is not retirement.
Okay, well, yeah, row 9 on the 4%.
Row 9 on 4% is not retirement, and just
What? Can I see your, am I confused?
This is what,
row 9, yeah.
Okay, sorry, then I'm confused. I thought row 9, row 11, and row 12 were all retirements. Am I mistaken? Sorry. They're just not.
I apologize. You are asking if
Never mind.
so
I got
the human beings, yes, that are in that, yeah.
Never
That-
mind.
So what you were saying,
We're eliminating line
I
9.
thought you were saying a certain line had that title.
right?
Sorry, okay.
Reducing line 9
Right,
would mean reducing a human being.
correct. Well,
Say that again?
hold on. There is a retirement in that position.
That's what you have. So yes, it is.
There is a retirement in that position.
Okay.
I thought you were saying the line, there's a retirement line there too.
Oh, I see.
I thought she was talking about.
He was asking
retirement.
if the person in that position is retired.
Right, that is,
No.
that row 9, there is a person retiring.
So then since we were keeping row 9 in the budget, we're bringing someone in, right?
Correct, you would be rehiring for that job. yes.
But it wouldn't be at that rate of pay
It
as
depends.
a new hire.
It depends. Because a person might come in with years of experience.
Understood.
So,
I just didn't know if that line would be reduced because of different salaries
so you don't.
based on
Yeah.
experience.
I mean, the reduction amount is in there is lower than the current compensation amount because the person in getting the compensation is high.
Right.
And the person would probably be a little potentially lower, but not, there's
so
a
that
range.
accounts for that to some.
Yeah, if you look at, there's a step range to contracts. So that's, you know,
I just didn't know if that was gonna be a monetary change in the way.
Are we voting on that line again?
Would you like to revote that line, Dana?
No,
Okay. So Dana didn't put that on the table. I'd just like to put that on the table. You may.
well, you know, obviously the scenarios you have last year, you know, you have a scenario that brings you down to 4. It's just the things to do that are very much like what you went through last year at the very end.
Okay, anybody else have anything they want to suggest at this time that we add or reduce? All right, so I don't know that I have any other option except to ask the group if they would like to go forward with this 7.9% for scenario, which will be an actual vote.
Be a six, it'll be more like a six.
Could potentially be anywhere between a 6.7 and a 7.9 if the town council decides to pick up any of that.
I don't think you can vote that way though. You're voting for the 7.
You're voting for the 7.9, but for clarification, yes, I would. And should they not, and we would receive a lower number, I would make some suggestions on changing those security and tech requests probably if I had to, but I would like to ask the town, but I do believe that those that the security and the tech in full are necessary. I believe the town has the funds to pay us that. I believe that the town should be providing security to their buildings as other towns do. I believe that tech should be a capital expenditure, especially when we have a $15 million general fund. So I believe we should all be making those points, or whoever feels comfortable making those points should be making those when we meet with the town council or elsewhere. But yes, so Bill is correct that we would though be voting on putting forth us, and asking Dr. Willett to, and this will be an official vote, Lisa, on putting forth a scenario to prepare for next week with a 7.9% BOE increase.
you're a roll call vote?
So first I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Do you need wording, Lisa? Or you said,
Yeah, could we restate that?
so,
Motion to,
Motion to accept the 7.9% budget and related reductions as
The
discussed.
final scenario.
Yeah.
for-
The related reductions. That would be enough.
thank you.
You know, you could say for the construction of the Board of Education, you know, budget.
adopted budget.
You haven't adopted it yet. We're constructing it and then we would adopt it on the 11th.
Good, Lisa?
Yeah, I have motion to accept the 7.9% budget and related reductions for the construction of the Board of Education budget.
Okay. So that was moved by Mackenzie. Do I have a second? Okay, any discussion? Okay, I would just like to state in my discussion, I'm trying to think of a careful way to say this, but I would like to point out that I've given ample opportunity for everyone to provide suggestions of reductions. I also would entertain having another meeting if they feel that we need to look at other reductions, diverse reductions, large reductions. No, we are at a place where no one is requesting either of those things. So this is now our only avenue that I can see. Again, unless anyone else would like to provide another avenue at this time.
Well, if you're putting it out there that way, I would have preferred to, knowing the options and what we would have had, I would have preferred to see options of personnel.
You actually have it.
What's that?
If you want,
Additional others.
so you have it in the swap, you have it in the 4%, you can actualize the stuff that's there.
Right, but a lot of those positions are empty positions. I would have liked to have seen more of.
There are 4 or 5 that are no.
And
Plus,
how many of them that are empty or not More retirements.
Well, I did follow your directive, but
I agree 100% you did.
you have at least, you have at
Absolutely did.
least 5 or 6 that are not. I mean,
Yep.
so if and when this gets bounced back to you, some of these things you're seeing in the 4% construction and in the swap
They're
become
going back in.
things you are going to grapple with. I'm just trying to help. I'm not trying to be
No, I-
contrarian. If you wanted to, there are things there. I don't want I don't want to see that either, but you have things there. You have line 9, you have other lines if you wanted to tonight. You may end up in that space anyway.
Right.
No.
I know that
And that's
the
the
way
frustrating
the way you put it had to say how I felt.
And the option is then please request to have another meeting so that we can look at other options. Like I'm not, if
Correct.
I'm
History tells us this is getting bounced back to us. That's what history says.
right, but
It's getting bounced back to us.
well, nothing's
So-
being bounced back to us yet because we have to vote next week. However, what we are deciding tonight, we're going to have to understand that we're going to be really close to next week, if not right on.
I'm not disagreeing.
Totally. So I'm just, where I'm at this is that, trying to think of how to say this.
Maybe let me clarify. Maybe that will help. Dr. Willett, you did exactly what we asked you to do. So this is not a reflection on what you were asked to do and what you provided with us. You did exactly what you asked to do. But seeing the document and seeing, where we're at and, the reductions that, got us down a point and a half, maybe. I just would have liked to have seen other options. And if those other options and reductions included additional personnel more than what was here, I would have liked to have seen even them on the swap list. But again, you did exactly what you were instructed to do. I don't want it to say that you were not doing what you were asked to do. I guess just the impact of seeing this and where it's all at. I just would have wanted to see more.
But you are not requesting that we take additional measures to explore those options.
I'm not, because history says it's coming back to us and we'll have to explore those options.
All right, any other discussion? Dana?
So next week of meeting, we're discussing whatever we're deciding here, right? It's the only topic on our agenda. Not that I want to see the options, because it'll probably make me want to not be a little bit.
There isn't enough time to make those kinds of adjustments, not have a book ready to.
Have a book
To
ready.
be clear, there are no
That's why I'm walking us through that. So then, but you're saying that no matter what we decide, history says that, like, let's say it's 7.9, let's say it's 6, let's say it's whatever we send to them, history tells you it's coming back to us. We're going to make tough decisions anyways in another couple of weeks.
Yes.
Is what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
Okay. And I don't think they're in social media. I didn't
I agree.
understanding what you were saying.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I'm saying.
If
There's
I
never been a time where it hasn't been kicked back to us.
right.
Maybe once.
However, but maybe it isn't. So I'm just saying, like, either way, I think, and I don't want to speak for Jen, I don't want to speak for anybody here, but I think what I hear you saying, Jen, is, are we comfortable with him presenting us in the formal thing for us to adopt something that's similar to what we've landed on tonight?
I'm trying to provide as much opportunity as I possibly can for us to have consensus. And so I'm just almost voicing a concern that if we don't have consensus,
Right.
I don't know what else we could have possibly done to gain it, because I feel that every opportunity has been suggested and not taken. So that's my only thing. I am very much looking for this board to find consensus wherever that may be. Because that is something that when we talk about things every year that we hear back, every year we hear it back that we did not have consensus, and it's used as an excuse for why certain things cannot be entertained. So I'm just trying to do everything possible to gain consensus. That's the most blunt. That's the most bluntly I can say that.
Can we take the temperature of the room before we take a formal vote?
No, that's what this discussion is. Jaden,
To be clear, I mean, what was presented in the yellow and with the red, I mean, you put these positions on there because it has, whether it's minimal impact compared to other positions that you could have added on there that would have increased class sizes, added workload other places, whatever it is. So anything else that gets added to this list, I mean, is far more detrimental. That's not a great way to put it. Is very detrimental in relation to what is on this list already. And I just, unless something on this list goes first, I'm assuming whatever comes after this is much more impactful to the daily operation of our school buildings than what's on here right now. So if we want to take stuff off, I'm not interested in what I don't see here yet, because I trust our professional to assess that accurately. If it comes back to us, we might not have any other option but to first address some of these things, just like we had to last year. And then if it comes back to us again and again and again, I feel like that's when we start getting into the territory of we're getting into things that are not on this list right now. So just to clarify, because I wasn't sure what you, and I don't take this as like I hate you. No, I wasn't sure what you were looking for in terms of, are you looking to remove stuff off this list that currently exists, or are you looking for more beyond that? If you're looking for more beyond that, I think there's a reason it's not on this list this round. I guess if hopefully that's making
You're saying
some
this stuff makes less of an impact than the other stuff being received.
less of, or right, whatever the proper wording is. It's on this stuff's on this list before the other stuff for a reason. I guess is the simplest way for me to explain myself. So I'm just not, whatever's not on this list right now, I can't bring myself to concern myself with until the moment comes that it gets kicked back to us and we're facing that. And now we have to deliberate just like we've done all 4 years I've been on this board. So I just can't do that until the point comes. That's sort of, I don't know, that's where I am.
any other discussion? No. Okay, let's proceed in the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? It's Brian and Bill opposed. Any abstentions? Seeing none. Okay, I will accept a motion to adjourn the meeting at 11:50 p.m.
So second.
All in favor?
Aye.
You're adjourned.